we were meeting back up.
Yeah, you were coming out of the tea house where the dead girl, uh, Akiko, was, where her body was. And they were coming out of the bar where Koga and um, Rumiko had gotten some information.
And then I believe Hanbei was waiting outside the tea house for,
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
not Koga, for Kudo to come back out.
And the I had to be clear, I was dragging them down the street away from
Right.
the house. So we could talk.
And I think we were just about to rendezvous with Rumiko and Koga.
Yeah, they were walking up like right as I came out.
Yep, that was exactly where you left off.
Super. So just as Rumiko with Kuga join with the others, she looks towards Kuga with her head bowed for him to speak.
Looks to me.
Absolutely.
Sure. I could use my memory here. So you took a little bit of the lead because I kind of wanted to see what you could do.
Yeah.
So Koga just gives you a sidelong look and wipes the back of his mouth. He's, old, has a drinking problem. And he says, "You did well in there. More eye contact next time."
She curtly does still looking to your feet. She sort of just does a sort of sharp sort of nod.
Come. And then he'll start heading back towards the tea house, yeah?
Yeah, and I think as you are heading back up the street, Kudo is coming out, and he and Hanbei are walking towards where you are.
Very good. And I'll just relay what we found out about Akiko, which we don't know that that's her. But then they'll be able to put two and two together and we'll be up to speed.
Yeah.
All with not succeeding on any investigation rolls. So
Yeah. But so you have found out that Akiko was gifted the kimono by the Geisha Ume, and that she died before the fire started, and someone wearing that kimono was seen to be starting them.
I wonder where Uma will perhaps perform this evening. Obviously not there, she says, as she looks over the shoulder of her two companions from where they came out of this the purple tea house, with the salt in the frames of these windows.
Yeah, could this be information that Koga would be able to glean from asking around?
Yeah, give me either an investigation or a just general charisma check to try and suss out from someone the information.
Okay, I think we'll go investigate. Nine total. Jeepers.
You
Plus
keep
4 to this.
trying to ask people, but they're like, everyone seems to be just sort of shaking their heads like, I don't know, forgive me, sir, and very uncomfortable with you and your companions, and it's hard to even track anyone down. So you manage to catch like a little old lady who couldn't shuffle away from you fast enough, and a fruit seller who was just like, I don't know what's going on here. My Lord Samurai, I am so sorry. And but after, about 15 or 20 minutes of fruitlessly trying to ask people, Hanbei, the little girl who you gave the flower to earlier, sort of ducks out of the tea house and comes over to you, and she looks up at you and she says, I can tell you where Ume will be performing tonight.
I kind of turn back as soon as she speaks, and just kind of like, oh, it's you.
She will,
I will kneel down, so I'm kind of more at eye level, and be like, come,
she will
girl.
draw herself up. She will be performing at the tea house of falling cherry blossoms. And she points to the building where she had emerged from. The owner, Obakoko, has been paying her and trying to persuade her to come there for a long time. Now that the Purple Lantern Tea House is closed, she will be coming here. And I will be her apprentice. She looks up at you like with just this absolute childlike certainty and confidence of a kid that is absolutely convinced of something that will happen.
I'll smile at her, and I will thank you, child. I'm sure you will be a rising star in the years to come. What was the name of the tea house? It was the falling cherry blossoms.
Yes.
Do you know what time she'll be performing?
She shrugs. Usually gets here around dusk. Darkfall is when the geisha come.
Thank you, child. And
You have to pay Obakoko to get in. She gives you a look. Why do you have your swords here?
We're on business of the Shogun.
She looks impressed. About the dead geisha?
Hi. At that point, I think I would kind of like stand up and kind of adopting more a samurai's look again. I kind of straighten my swords in my belt and kind of like square up and turn over and calling to probably Koga, because I think Kudo being a monk, I think I'd probably see Koga being the next senior in our party in terms of kind of like what we're trying to do. Like, Koga, this girl, she knows about Umiko. She says that she'll be performing tonight at the Falling Cherry Blossom. And I'll just point over at the place.
Yeah, so what could you tell me about the Falling Cherry Blossom, Jill? Is that a reputable establishment?
Give me a history check, because you do know this district, having investigated things before.
+4 with history. Let's see what happens. Oh, baby! 14.
That's not bad. It's like, it is licensed, as every establishment in here is supposed to be, as a tea house and place of performance for geisha, and it's not the best house, but it is not the worst house. It is middle range, and you know that the owner has aspirations. She is ambitious and has been wanting to attract the most talented geisha and the best customers for a while now. So if she really has convinced Ume to come, this will be very pleasing for her. It's not a good place and it's not a bad place, but it seems to be rising now.
Okay. And would I know the establishment's owner?
Roll me a d6.
4.
Yeah, in passing. You know her in passing. Like
Okay.
she would recognize you. You would recognize her. You've probably spoken before, but I don't know if she would remember your name.
Great. So so I would have a reputation, but I wouldn't have a formal relationship.
Yeah.
And vice versa.
Like, yeah, you've seen each other and probably spoken in passing, but she speaks to a lot of people in passing.
Sure.
She
Okay.
probably remember what you were, but not necessarily who you were. If that makes
Gotcha.
sense.
Okay. So Koga will step forward, and he will ruffle the girl's hair, and quick as lightning, just a little tiny wooden bird appears in his hand, and he presents it to the girl, and he says, "Stay inside tonight."
She nods. I will be helping Ume tonight. I will be assisting her.
Yeah, at the falling cherry blossom thing.
Yes, she nods. It will be my duty.
Did we get her
Obakuko
name?
has hired Maiko and Odori as well to come and entertain. But this night, I will be in the main room upstairs with Ume, helping her.
And did we get this little girl's name?
You have not.
No, I
So
just called
Koga
her.
will ask. Yeah, so he'll squat down now and get on her eye level, and ask her what her name is.
She looks up into your eyes just with complete confidence and fearlessness, and she says, "My name is Nui, and someday I will be the greatest geisha in this district, and I will marry a daimyo."
How do we spell Nui? I love Nui.
Yeah.
I wish I had a daughter like Nui.
Yeah.
How do we spell that?
NUI.
N-U-I. Put it in the chat.
N-U-I. Beautiful.
Rumiko, while Cougar is kneeling down and talking to the girl ruffling her hair and stuff, she goes alongside her comrade and says, "Master of the open hand, so did you find more is there anything else that you found from inside?" And she nods towards the purple lantern that possibly could be of use.
You see, Ikudo just nod, and then he looks over at the little girl like we can't talk while people's around.
You see that past her, it just wasn't even in her mind, but as you sort of nod in that direction, she, of course.
Make an insight check. As you look over at her.
Insight check is
Oh, yeah. You can't talk about this around her.
Absolutely. So she just waits patiently beside the monk until Cougar's finished.
Oh, sorry, I got the worst hay fever today. I'm perishing.
Oh no.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
it's
I know
brutal.
that feeling. It's-
Last week it was bloody flooding, and this week I'm getting slammed with hay fever.
Yeah. God.
So Koga will, give her this little bird and say, "Nui, very nice to meet you. Stay inside. Be safe."
She nods and smiles and makes the bird vanish inside her sleeve, and you can see she's like just trying to suppress this grin of triumph.
Yeah. And I'll just like
runs
give
off
her
to the
cheek
side.
a little pinch and say, "We will see you later." Yes.
Yes, and she runs off inside, very excited.
And then as I stand up, I will look to Hanbei and very serious and say, "She may be in danger."
The girl?
Yes, there is something here that I am not seeing. But I have a bad feeling.
We should let us get off the streets. Kudo is to share what he's found inside the tea house.
Some private would be good for this. Is it, it's dire news.
Can I?
So Koga can just take us back to that little bar that we were at, and I can give the owner a little look and say, you know, not to be disturbed.
Okay, perfect.
She looks like she's about to say something, but then she sees Hanbei with the swords, and she just kind of points to one of the like private rooms for entertainment that is not currently in use as it's early in the day, and just decides she will let you have it.
I'll place a few coins on the
Yeah,
the
she
countertop
looks
as
much
I walk
more
past.
pleased when you do that. When you hand her that, she sort of like her demeanor gets much less hostile. Like you're like, okay, yeah, this is good. And you go in, slide the door shut, look around, make sure no one's listening. It seems like you are all alone in here.
So I believe Koga had filled us in on what they had learned at the tavern before the little girl interrupted. And I would kind of reply that not all of what he learned was accurate. It, that I looked over the dead girl's body and I don't believe it was suicide. I, that there was bruising round the neck. Yeah.
And she was drowned, right? If I remember correctly.
Yes, it was drowned. I'd say within 24 hours from the time we were at the place. It's, at first, I thought that maybe it was her, her spirit as an act of vengeance against whoever killed her, or that was set in the fire. But having time to reflect on it, from what I know of spirits, they tend to follow the appearance they had in life. And I didn't, haven't seen both. It wasn't the same person, but the robes were the same.
Actually, she wasn't wearing that robe. She was dressed in white, but it was her robe. And she was last seen alive wearing it.
So my current hypothesis is that Omi had given her the robe and but jealous because of attention and that she received that should have been Omi's attention and possibly killed the girl out of jealousy.
Do you think that this girl's not the dead one, Ume is the geisha, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Ume is
Ooh.
the geisha.
Do you think Ume is responsible for putting these fires, like behind these fires? And she's trying to get back at someone, or do you think it was?
I'm thinking so currently, given what information we have. But what's strange to me is why he would take the robes back and wear them. That's not typically something you would use as a gift.
Rumiko, who doesn't say anything, she just takes some water and like sips the water. But when Hanbei brings that up, it flits through her mind about the shogun and also just how even people of like really high status um have dealings with geisha, and it just flits through her mind for a moment.
So I, the player, will take this moment to, um, because I didn't know that we hadn't had this conversation yet. So now I will look at Hanbei and say, knew he may be in danger. My timeline was well
Okay.
skewed.
Okay, perfect. So,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know Ume personally as the character. I don't trust Ume because I don't know her, but all roads are leading to Ume. In the very least, we need to go and have a conversation. And Kudo may recognize Ume because Kudo saw somebody wearing those robes
Mm.
at that
Exactly.
site.
And
So perhaps we can at least tick a
yeah,
box either way.
and even if it's not only behind it, we may be able to figure out more about the robes, or if someone else was jealous that
who
the dead girl was given the robes.
Yeah.
who owns the falling cherry blossoms? Was that Maiko? Maiko?
No,
I wrote down the name Maiko.
Obokoko.
I'm sorry.
Obokoko owns the
Obokoko
flying cherry
owns.
blossoms.
Maiko is the lady that I just gave money to.
That's who it is. Okay, thank you. I wrote really terrible notes. I'm sorry.
I got you.
So, so we have a murder and we have the fires, and they, as far as we can tell, they are related. But if just thinking about only the murder of Akiko, it seems that Obokoko is benefiting in the sense that now she's able to host Ume, which also arouses my suspicions, and I feel like you are correct. The next course of action should be attending at her performance this eve.
Rumiko
Yes,
notes. That's good.
and she would also, uh, they would have also had opportunity as well as motive. The tea houses are fairly close together.
Mm. Yeah, yeah. So the question is, do we rest and then go later, or is there something we need to do beforehand?
I do not believe that Ume is even there until dusk. That's what Nui said.
Mm.
So another thing is, I'm sure you've all noticed the attention we've been getting. I fear that if I were to attend garbed as I am, I would be denied at the door, or there'd be other issues, which makes me bring up the possibility of a more stealthy approach, or perhaps when where I am to be concealed as opposed to just barging in.
Uh, and I'm sure I could use some clothing and get well.
My issue is I cannot um, just don new wardrobe. I cannot give up my swords.
Rumiko sort of shifts in from the position that she is. Her legs are crossed on the floor as we're talking, and she's sort of almost uncomfortable a little bit. But she says, "We are under orders of the shogun, and we need an audience with her to get some questions for sure. And that is not an option for her to to partake or not. We must have an audience with her either way. So we can do it stealthily, or we can just go in as we are and still get an audience at a good time, possibly.
One thing that concerns me, if we wait, given her reputation and how many people attend and try to get to her, how would we even be able to let her know we need to speak with her? Whereas perhaps if we talk to the owner of the tea house beforehand, we can kind of set up a meeting.
Rimiko says her last thing, and then you see that it's really her last thing, because she will follow by, in her mind, if not anything else, clearly there is a hierarchy within us, and she's not even close to the top, if not she's at the bottom. So but she says anyway, the shogun, we are the hand of the shogun in this matter, in this district. So we kind of decide what is going to happen. It's not for our own bravado. It's the shogun's hand that passes now.
While this is true, there is also a matter of fragility around it, in the sense this is the number one geisha, and there is a matter of face that must be upkept. Even if she is guilty, things must be done discreetly because of her position as well. It must be handled delicately.
Super. And even as you say that, you see that there's almost like it's not a coldness, but there's like a mask that almost goes across her face, and it's a submissive mask, as she places her hands together within her lap, and just bowing. It's clearly showing that what you guys say, she does in this instance.
Hanbei will turn back to Kudo. You are the one who has seen Ume. Perhaps that girl that we were just speaking to, Nui. Perhaps if you can speak with her, and maybe if you alone were able to go in and just see her to identify her, that would give us a little bit more grounds to enter in under authority of the Shogun and ask our questions, or if depending on if go ahead.
Exactly. If we could get to where we're in a spot where we're sure to see her, then and we could possibly do something. But I do think it might be a good idea to speak with the owner of the fallen cherry blossoms beforehand.
If we do that, then I do think all four of us can go in there under the Shogun, as a kind of motion for towards Rumiko, as Rumiko has said, without prior to any of the festivities of the evening. That might be more appropriate.
That's kind of my thinking. Plus, she would be able to confirm like the time, and if we need to be there early to speak with her, or stay after birds, etc. Plus, it would be good for those of us who have not been there to kind of get a layout out or a feel of the tea house itself, just in case there is trouble.
Koga is hearing everything and nodding as he hears it, and is starting to come up with the framework of a plan, because everyone makes great points. Obakoko's best interests are to cooperate with us because we are here on behalf of the Shogun, and it wouldn't be a lie to insinuate that Ume's life could be potentially in danger, which would then jeopardize the business ventures that Obokoko has been working so hard to build. So we could rest now and take that rest, but during that period, it may also benefit us to go and meet Obokoko, at least inform her of what we're doing, because if we're caught doing something clandestine, it doesn't look great. It kind of undermines the people that we're trying to get on our side. So I think I like the idea that everyone's come up with, which is, well, let's make friends with the people we need to make friends with, because as Rumiko said, we're the hand of the Shogun, and hands can push, hands can pull, hands can grasp, and there's a lot of open ground that we can cover here that doesn't necessarily need to be covert.
And Omi may not even know about the girl being dead. Ed. So there's
Yeah,
that
that's another really good point.
validity, and from what it sounds like, given her such a fine gift, I would assume they were at least friends at some point.
Yeah, and even if we take it to the extreme, if Ume is this woman that Kuro saw at this, this blaze, that would be good information for us to have, even if we don't act on it straight away. That would be great information for us to have, whether we report that to the Shogun or we keep for ourselves to further the investigation and take matters into our own hands. There's power in that kind of information, which is what Koga has built a reputation and not a business, but he makes his money doing it.
I believe that seems like a good next step to me. And with that, I think I will kind of, having been sitting almost like on my knees, almost like on top of my legs. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like not a crisscross position.
Sitting
But
Seita.
yes, but he will kind of pull himself up, rise to his feet. Like the signature move is just adjusting his armor and making sure it's all appropriate, and then just kind of wait expectantly, as if that's it. We're ready to go.
Mm.
Absolutely, as you stand, almost like a shadow, she stands also.
I have something cool for you all, so continue talking and I'll bring
Oh,
it back.
but it better be cake. Oh my God. That's, super. So I'm guessing I'm gonna make our way to
The Falling Cherry Blossoms Tea House.
absolutely. In the future, sorry, just to take 1 second out of character. In the future, I need to get some notes from you on how you guys take notes, because my notes are crazy.
Mine could be dramatically improved.
Oh my gosh.
For me, I do short. It's my own version of shorthand,
Wow.
and since I'm a writer by nature, I'm used to noting and jotting down different ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Super. That's really valuable, man. That's fantastic.
I
But
picked up a lot of varied skills through the years.
it is, yeah, you can rise and walk out into the street and hey,
Whoa.
Hey! 2 gifts that were given to me when I was in Japan. I
Wow.
forgot I had them, and I should just be wearing them for the whole friggin' thing. I'm an
That's
idiot.
so cool. That
What a
is so
dickhead.
cool.
That is
Yeah,
great.
these are very nice. So
So
I'll get
robe
nice and
and
comfy.
blade. But what
I
is
got
that in your
everything. I
hand?
got it
also?
all.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can get this thing open. This hasn't been
How-
opened in 12 years.
How long were you in Japan for?
Over a year.
Whoa.
Nice.
Yeah, this will be fun. This will be fun. This might. I hope this isn't rusty. It shouldn't be. It was oiled before I put it back in.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
oil. That should be
that's-
fine.
That's
Oh,
Oh,
beautiful.
that
you are
is
not
that's very
messing
nice.
around. That's crazy.
Oh, look
That's
at
so
that.
cool.
It's folded with titanium. That's why it gets like that blood red
Ooh,
look. It's very
wow.
nice.
That is
Oh,
Yeah, that was a
that's
very nice
amazing.
gift. And that is
Okay,
sharp as a
Rumiko's
razor.
using that. Rumiko is using that, man.
That's yours. That is yours.
wow.
That's
That is
amazing.
awesome.
Oh,
I can't believe I
What-
forgot I had that.
Cam, when are you putting that on your wall, man?
It is. Well, normally it is on my wall. It sits
Okay,
over
so
there. Over there with
Oh,
the other
yeah,
ones.
nice.
Those are all
fabulous.
training swords.
Nice.
Master
And I have
Cam.
I have a wooden
Yeah.
one somewhere too.
Boca?
That's
Mm.
amazing.
I'm very comfortable in this robe too. So
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
very stoked I remembered this.
That is
One of them are great.
I was literally just like, sitting here listening to you all talk, thinking, oh man, I can really see what Koga's kind of wearing. He doesn't carry a sword, but he'd be sitting in like these nice robes. I was like, oh wait, I've got nice robes. Oh wait, I've got a freaking sword. Oh shit.
So before we continue, I just want to say one. So, are you telling me you want me to go and put rags on? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
fantastic.
I'm known for costuming up when I play Dungeons and Dragons and stuff. So
That's
this is
great.
me getting into character.
Awesome. I love
I'm
it.
very comfortable.
Yeah, on one of my sessions I did it's like Obi-Wan and Kenobi's robes.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, but at the time it was doing a traveling storyteller who had just came out of the vein.
Cool.
And so of course I had my hair red and everything. But I love doing little things like that.
By the way, how much titanium is in the katana? Is it just like a little bit to give it color, or
Yeah,
Because
there's
I've
only
seen some-
about 2 milligrams of titanium folded through it.
okay? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
any
I've
more and it
seen-
becomes brittle.
Yeah, I've seen theater swords made with titanium or made out of titanium for use in like stage combat only. And I was curious as if it was like that or if it was just
Yeah,
the color.
they might not be red because it
Yeah, no,
turns
they're not
red
red.
from the heat in the fold.
The two masters discussing swords. Okay.
I think he's got the nicer katana. My
Man.
the one sword I have. Hang on, I can show you my nice.
Here we go, man.
Yeah.
I can show
What
you
have
my
you done,
nicest.
Cam?
It's a sword off.
Yeah, I can show you my nicest one. The katana has my katana bead for sure.
Wow.
Man, this makes me want to go start collecting swords.
Wow, it's an expensive hobby.
Yeah,
I sold a lot of mine, actually.
$50 like practice thing from
Wow.
online, but
Oh, nice.
Is that a gladius?
Super.
This is a handmade, hand-folded
Oh.
Damascus pattern blade from Pakistan. So
Sweet.
go there. So this one is my nicest one,
That's really
Oh
Oh,
my
look at
pretty.
the ripples.
at least my fanciest one.
Wow.
My wife
I've also got a
loves
cold steel
Damascus.
one that I'm pretty sure you could hack through a tree with if you needed to, but
Yeah, I like that.
Remind me not to get in an argument with you two, okay? Let's be clear.
I mean, I forgot I had it, so I don't even. It just sits there.
You
It
mean
just sits
us,
there.
us three? We have hundreds of knives and swords.
Come on,
Yeah.
man.
yeah.
Jeez.
I do actually have a cool. I haven't repaired it.
But
But I
they're
do
not
have a
that
cool.
nice.
It's like a a double back dagger. It's designed to sit at your lower back, concealed, and then you pull out two like tanto knives. But
Wow.
one of the little, I don't know what you would call it. Anyway, the blade rattles around, so if I pull it out, the blade falls off, and I'm not wearing shoes. It'd be a lot of fun. They're so sharp. They are unbelievably sharp as well. They were all like, this guy who gifted it to me, he makes them and he goes, here you go. I was like,
Oh,
it's so sharp. I
wow.
don't think I can bring it back
That's
into the
nice.
country.
That's gonna
It's
be
like,
nice.
no, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. All right, man. Mail it to me.
Yeah.
Wow.
was
Open
nuts.
it, very carefully while wearing some very thick boots.
Yeah. Getting the katana back through customs was surprisingly easy, but the other one, the small one, I wouldn't be able to get back in. They had to mail it to me.
Wow.
They're like, oh, katana from Japan, that's decorative. Oh, really?
Yeah,
sharp
well, I mean, it
blade.
was
That's very
wrapped and it
intense.
was tied, and like I pulled it out and I showed him like I can't take it out because it's tied. I'm like, okay, that's fine, yeah, no worries. Oh, actually, no, I pulled it out of the case and went, oh, it's like this. And like, okay, that's fine. I'm like, no, look. And then I'm like, no, look, I can't pull it. Like, that's cool. I'm like, do you want me to undo it? Let's have a look at it. Like, no, don't undo it. If you undo it, then you have to pay tax on it. I'm like, okay, let's keep it tight.
Yeah.
It looks cool.
Wow.
Just trust me.
And then in America, I don't know, it'd either be a mountain of red tape or it'd be, you can go buy an AK-47 at the store, whatever.
It'd be a mountain of red tape to get it through customs.
Quite possibly. And like,
any-
I certify
any
that this
kind
is
of
not an
weapon.
antique.
Yeah.
They didn't have titanium in ancient Japan. Seriously? I am not smuggling antiques.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, you make your way out down the street to the tea house of the falling cherry blossoms, and as you make your way out, you see a tiny old woman. Like, her face is a maze of wrinkles, and sort of just giving you a sharp-eyed look as she looks out and stops momentarily, hitting this like young boy in a purple and white trimmed kimono with her broom, and you're like, Lazy, nephew, out. And she sort of stops when she sees you approaching and looks up.
Are there
Give her a
any,
little nod.
are there anybody else by the entrances, like the other places that had some of these kind of like club wielding guards or anything? Is there any of those kind of present or in the vicinity?
You see people kind of looking through curtains at you, and there's one place that has a guard that's sort of like reaching at a club as you walk by, but it's like, and you see that as you were in there for a little while, the streets have gotten a little bit more busy. People sort of returning to, it's not by any means crowded. It's still early in the day in a district that lives by night, but you see more people going about their business, fewer people hiding than before.
Okay. I guess our intention here is to go and speak to Obokoko, sorry, and perhaps even rest in the falling cherry blossom.
Yeah, and that the woman, the tea house of the falling cherry blossoms is the one where you saw the woman with the broom smacking the child and yelling at him for being lazy.
As we approach, actually, does it look like Koga is taking the lead on initiating discourse with the old woman? Or are you just nodding and kind of in a greeting?
Just nodding because I'm a fellow senior citizen. Like, I get it. Young'uns.
Okay. If that's the case, then I will kind of step forwards. We are looking for Miss Obokoko.
Why you want to talk to me? Find them, your man.
I will then kind of nod in my head in greeting. Be like, we need to speak with you on matters of the Shogun, please. And I'll like, let's go inside.
She immediately looks like, what matters? kicking the boy, like, just get out of here.
Okay. One second.
I think I see a little Nui in the background.
Yes, and Hanbei is distracted by her.
Roll for initiative. So Koga will take a knee and look at the young boy and ask him if he's misbehaving.
No, never misbehave.
I'm going to roll insight on that, actually.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's not bad. Please. Oh, 5. Oh, my God.
Even with a 5, you know children. There is not a child on this earth that never misbehaves.
Yeah. So I'll give him a very, very light cuff around the ears and give him a little head jerk and say, like, get out of here. Behave yourself. I'm watching.
Get out of there. And she will, like, she sees, like, she gets tense and she sort of bows. As the honored representatives of the Shogun, of course, but what could they possibly have to discuss with a humble proprietress of a tea house?
It is our understanding that you will be housing Geisha Ume this eve.
She nods. She has agreed to perform here. Are you looking to secure access?
Potentially. We're still like right at the front entrance, right?
For yourself, young lord, or an even higher master?
Are we still at the front entrance? Like she hasn't let us inside?
Interior seats?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Are we still at the front entrance? Like she hasn't let us into the building?
She let you in when she saw, like,
okay.
She has let you in because she doesn't want this discussion on her porch. But
that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, I don't want to have this like in.
Yeah,
like, in the
she has
so.
let you in because she
Okay.
doesn't want this discussion in the hallway, but she has not moved to let you in beyond the entrance hall.
Okay.
Where customers would like leave their shoes and so forth.
So we have business regarding this evening's performance. We may need to speak with Mistress Ume in advance prior to the performance in private.
She won't be here until the performance.
We will not take much of her time, her valuable time. I must again stress this is
after the other geisha. They come. Hour after sunset, she comes. Brings her most illustrious guests. Brings good custom.
Do you have a place that we can wait for her?
You want to be in the room she will be occupying? Yeah? You know, it's very, very popular, very much desired competition for these seats. Requests. I have so many, even from high lords. A daimyo himself will be coming. There might not be enough room unless, of course, you could offer something to Ume to secure your place.
I'm sure that command from the Shogun himself is sufficient.
Kuda would look up and actually speak for first time. It would not look good if harm was to come to Ume or others.
Harm? What harm could there be to her? What harm could you mean to others? What are you talking about?
Kudo says
And
we,
why are you even here, carrying weapons?
we have reason to believe that there's a murderer loose, and that Umi may be one of his intended targets.
When you say murderer loose, what's everyone's passive insight?
Ooh, that's a good question. Let me pull up my sheet.
13.
I'll put 10.
Passive.
Kudo?
9.
Passive is 14.
Oh no, it would be 8 for me.
Oh boy. Um,
Yeah,
When-
I'm wise, not smart.
Yeah, the naive monk.
yeah. Well, you don't notice anything then, Kudo, but Koga, you see a flicker of she knows something about this in her eyes, whereas, yeah, Rumiko and Hanbei, you just notice that she registers the word murder.
Hyundai has 14 though, yeah? Not
Oh
4?
yeah.
Yeah.
If you both have 14, then you recognize that she is on edge about that, and when you mention that, she tenses up like she is afraid.
Hmm. I'll give Hanbei a look. Keep going. And I will start to move my way further into the room. And I want to roll perception just to see if there's anything that might be out of the ordinary.
Okay. Let's see if you can roll better than a 5.
Almost not, it looks like.
13.
Not that great. It
Ah!
nothing really looks out of the place. It looks like there's a flurry of preparations going on for the coming evening. That's about it.
I'm going to say to her, Madam Obokoko, as you can see, we are here on official business, and we must speak with the geisha Ume prior to her performance. Do you have a place that we can wait for her, or are you going to insist upon this procedure of us paying for us to do our job?
I cannot. You don't understand. Ume comes after the other geishas. There will not be anywhere private in this tea house.
Okay, I'm gonna
She-
dismiss her and kind of like pass by and follow after Koga at this point. It's like I'm gonna
But
go take a
what
look for
danger
myself.
are you talking about? Tell us what you mean. What danger?
So I'll
Are you
ask
hunting the demon?
I'll ask how much it would cost to have a moment alone with Ume for us
I will
while
stop.
I head towards the bar.
She looks at you. Oh, Jeremy will pay 500 real for a night with Ume.
But we
For
don't need a
private
night, right? Like we only
performance.
need what? 5
But
minutes?
maybe if you really only want a moment, a seat in the room would be 20 real.
Okay. So Koga will start making his way behind the bar, and he's looking for something that looks expensive in terms of alcohol.
Yeah, you can give me an investigation check.
Oh Lord. Why, you make me roll?
Your rolls
Because
are so
Obakoko
bad in
hides
this
the
game.
expensive stuff from her staff.
Okay, that's
That
okay.
is why I made you roll.
Yeah. Okay, I'll
just
just pick up a
see-
bottle, and I'll unstopper it with my teeth, and I will. I won't start pouring it out, but I'll say there are many ways to make money, and a good way is to save it. And I will be on like the cusp of pouring this wine out.
Give me an intimidation check.
Oh no,
Can
that's
I
a -1.
can I help
on
him
my-
because I've
Yes,
pushed past her and I
you
look like
have-
I'm absolutely just trying
yeah,
to like.
you are carrying swords.
That's
You
it.
can give
Okay.
advantage.
Did she also like? Was she about to say something about like, are we looking for the demon?
Yeah, she said that.
Okay.
17.
She like, fine. I will have Maiko and Odori delay her patrons. I give you 5-10 minutes. Keep them in the waiting room. Tell them Ume is setting up. You will wait in the room there. You will be gone when the patrons come. When the rest come, you will talk to Ume. You will leave out the back. Nui will show you where to go.
Yeah, so
In
Koga
the
will
door,
bow his
out the
head,
other. No disturbing
and
my
then he will
patrons.
put 20 Rui on the counter and take the bottle.
She makes that like you cannot believe this old woman moves so fast, except that you can do it yourself. And as soon as
Yes, she can.
you put that Rio down, she grabs like she just makes it vanish, and you have no idea where to.
I would actually. I've looked around and I obviously don't see anything really out of the ordinary. I'm assuming.
No.
I'm gonna step back over to Rumiko and ask in kind of a hushed tone. Did you see any salt surrounding this tea house when we came in?
Did she?
Yeah, there was salt around this tea house too.
Yeah, as you come over to her, she like pulls back her hair, and you can see clearly that she was like really reading what you guys were doing, just like the mechanics of like what you guys were doing a minute ago. And as you come up and you whisper that to her, her mouth moves slightly closer to yours, and she says, "There was some."
And what is Koga doing? Are you leaving, or did you
I'm just moving my way back into sort of the group with my bottle of wine.
Okay. All right, then as you're kind of approaching again, where's Kudo in kind of the scene right now?
I think he'd still be standing fairly close to the owner and just kind of looks up, and I assume there's only one entrance into the room where Omi will be performing.
She looks up and leers at you. Ah, naive holy man. No, there is the entrance for the patrons, and there is the side entrances for the servants. They come in, not disturb them, not cause trouble, bring wine, bring food, take out any drunkards,
Could
make room for new patrons.
nods says we need
Which is
to
where you will be leaving when they start to come.
could Nod says we should inspect the room and the entrances before Omi arrives.
She shrugs. Nephew, Lazy, get in here. Show them the room where they will wait for Ume. And you see that little boy earlier sort of come in with silky face, and like looks like he was washing dishes because his hands are still wet up to the elbows, and he just like kind of slaps one of the cloths like on the way out, doesn't really dry his hands properly at all, and just follow. And starts like sort of clomping up the steps.
Be-
Rumiko,
be-
Rumiko follows quite close to the boy, in purple and white kimono, and there's a small smile that escapes her lips that she suppresses. And when she gets to just the entrance where we would go into the room, she just moves to the side to allow the rest of the group to go in first.
And he will, yeah, the little boy will walk into the room and he will say, "You will wait here. Patrons come in that door." And he'll motion to, it's like, you know how in Japanese houses there are sliding panels for doors. Like, Nui comes in that way. If servers come in, points to the right there. And he starts to sort of like head out that entrance, and you see it leads not back to the kitchen where he was.
I just one quick question, just as we go into the room, of course we're all having a quick look here about the room. Is the room in the center of the building? Is it the side to a road or whatever? Is there anything in particular that is inside this room?
This is the second. This is a room on the second floor
Right.
of the building, and it is not the largest room. And you saw, as there's in the tea house, there's the entrance corridor, and then there's the bar area, and there's a kitchen back through another, like behind that. You could see through the curtains when the boy came out. And then there's like this general sitting room area for patrons, like the main dining room. And you saw a couple of other, like maybe smaller, but still would be fairly large rooms sliding out behind sliding doors over there. And as you made your way upstairs, there's two staircases, and they lead to the same level. And one of them, you can see, looks like it leads to a couple of, these are definitely nicer rooms. Like the cushions up here are silk. They are, the lanterns are tastefully lit and positioned. The wood on the tables is nicer. And there's one larger room, but not as large as the sitting room down there. And then there's one smaller room, and that is the one you were led to, and it looks like the nicest of all the rooms in here. Like the lanterns are, you can tell they have been filled with scented candles. There's an incense burner in the middle of the table. And everything is designed to be, there's a small like platform where musicians could sit discreetly behind a curtain and play if this was being used to host a dinner party or something like that. And then there was also, looks like, a couple of rooms maybe for Obakoko and her employees farther back, but sectioned off a sliding wall. And then there's corridors around these two upper rooms that allow servants to enter and exit discreetly.
Right. So, in particular, with this room that we're in now, where we're going to meet her, that's like silk cushions, lanterns, wood's really fine, candle scented, stuff like this. And there's like a platform where they can perform. Well, musicians could perform if they, if
Yeah, there was a larger one downstairs, but this is like
small.
Smaller, more intimate, and it's set up so that you could have a dinner party here, and you could have musicians behind that curtain and hold so that you wouldn't see the musicians as you were dining, but they could provide the music.
Super.
Okay.
I actually had to chuckle when you said incense burner because as before I followed them upstairs I was gonna pull also very fine on like cherry or lavender incense out and give it to the owner, or just as kind of a thank you bonus. I'm a poor holy man, don't have much, but
I
kind of.
mean, she takes it.
And then I
She's like,
go upstairs.
Koga would like to inspect this room a bit closer. Is there any ways in and out? Like, are there windows? Are there ways in and out of this room?
Or balconies at all on the second floor? Or
Yeah.
no?
There are balconies on the second floor, but there are no windows or balconies in this room. It is meant to be the most private and intimate of the rooms. Like, so there would be the big room. There's a balcony off of the big room, the bigger room, not as big as the main dining room. And there's balconies and windows there. And then there's this room, like, and then there's like a little corridor for servants. And then there's this room, and no windows or balconies, and then like another corridor for servants down to the other set of stairs and rooms for like the inhabitants of the house.
Walls made of paper or wood?
Walls are made of paper
Oh.
and wood frames.
And is there any? I'd like to look behind that partition that the musicians would be.
Yeah, it's not
concealed
drawn
behind.
at the moment.
Okay.
I
And that's
would-
still paper.
Yeah, it's still open right now. It's not set up for.
Well, is the one for the musicians, is that a curtain or is it actually a sliding door?
It's a curtain. It would just be like a.
Mm-hmm.
I
Okay.
would also check the platform in case there are weapons hidden.
Give me an investigation roll.
Someone else probably should do it.
I mean, I can help.
No, you were looking. Give me an investigation roll.
Here comes a 20.
1d20. It's a -1. Not too bad. As it will be a 16.
There are no hidden weapons here, or really hidden anything.
I kind of figured, but we would feel awful stupid if we didn't check it. Someone pulled a weapon out from underneath the platform.
I would like to, as you're kind of looking around, I'm going to go up to you, Kudo. Or what would your title be? Would you be priest, monk, or what would I call you in this?
Most outside the order would just call us by name.
Oh, okay, so Kudo.
And those that are friends of the order might call us brother.
I feel like it would be, if he had a very respectful term to call you, I think he would, but I think brothers might be too friendly, so he'll just Kudo. Do you know what the lady of the house, Obokoko, was referring to by the demon? Does that have anything to do with the killing of the other girl?
Well, the only thing I can think of is the demons that are causing the fire.
Kudo-san. I think we should speak with her about it. We have time before. I'm gonna look around at the emptiness of the room. I'm just...
Yeah, it's like mid-morning now.
Koga just drinking that bottle.
Yeah,
You
just have a
act-
little sip.
You
I'm a day
act-
drinker.
You actually Kudo walk over her and reach for the bottle and takes a sip and hands it back.
Yeah, Koga's like kind of smirking and going, oh, okay.
Uh,
just shaking my head.
I don't gives every often.
Hmm.
A rare delicacy.
Okay, so I guess options are rest or speak to Obokoko a bit more.
I think I want to go speak to her a little bit more.
I I I look perhaps Koga should go with you. He seems to be the most perceptive of us.
Rumiko would join also.
Yes. Yes. Let us see what other insights we can find.
Mm.
So go slowly, kind of down the stairs, running my hand down the banister as we go, just not threatening and just very just slow taking it in as I come back down, and I'm gonna look for the owner.
And I imagine Koda will be like in back on this.
Okay.
Absolutely. And
Just
even for
kind of getting the impression she didn't really care too much for him.
even as you're making your way down the stairs before you went on, down the stairs with Kudo following you and Rumiko next, you can even hear her as she says just loud enough. She says, yes, 10, 15 minutes. 5 minutes will be more than enough speaking with her. And she follows you both through to where you find this looking for this woman.
Yeah, as you come down, you can see Obakoko sitting at one of the table, like looking, waiting, watching for you to come down, sipping a cup of tea as she is.
I will sit down. Well, is she at a table or the bar?
She's at a table.
Okay. I would like to approach her table and draw a chair and sit down, unless there's any objection from her.
No, she wouldn't object.
Seeing as I'm not alone, I will also motion for my friends to sit down too. Let us all drink together. You spoke of a demon. Are you referring to the one from? He would refer to the name of the other tea house, which I didn't write down properly.
Purple Lantern?
The Purple Lantern. Are you referring to the demon which struck the Purple Lantern?
And killed Akiko?
Hi.
She nods. Some think there's a demon.
Do you think
I
there's
do too. Killing geisha?
We think it has something to do with the fires in Edo.
She looks very startled at that. One did die in a fire.
One drowned, one died in a fire. How many geisha have been slain?
Akiko wasn't a geisha. So she looked like one. Wanted to be one, maybe. Two geisha.
What was the first one?
Kimi. She was one of Ume's partners.
Did Ume give her a silk robe? Kimono?
Not that I know of. She was good. Not the best. She died, I think, of fugu. Bad fugu.
Why is Ume coming to the falling cherry blossoms? Your tea house.
Because it is the best tea house in Yoshiwara. Now that the Purple Lantern is closed for pollution, now that people do not want to go to a place where someone has died, or where a dead body has been brought, I suppose she did not die there if she drowned.
Was it common knowledge that she had drowned? Or was it just common knowledge that she died?
Akiko? I only know because I saw them bring her body this morning. Not many would know. But they will know when they come. They will see. Everyone who will see the morning announcements, the talismans against the ghosts, it will be closed.
Can I roll an insight against everything she's saying?
Yeah.
I'm getting vibes. Oh, how's a 21 tickle ya?
She is afraid. She's trying to hide it fairly well, but she's afraid.
Is she afraid for the business or is she afraid for her life?
She's afraid for both. She's afraid of you, but she's more afraid of something even more afraid than you. She's afraid of something else. And as for knowing only this morning when the body was brought, that's when she knew, but she wasn't surprised.
They say Ume is the most beautiful geisha in all of Edo. I wonder how long she has been at such a height, for I'm new to the city.
15 years, give or take. You asked about the first one who died, the second one.
Kimi?
Kimi was the first.
Oh, Akiko the second.
No, Akiko was the third.
Yeah.
Because she wasn't a geisha. 2 geishas died and Akiko was the third.
I see.
Kimi's the second. Who was the first? Sorry.
Kimi was the first.
And who was second?
We don't know.
I think she was about
I've been
to-
trying to find a way to leverage the information without her going straight to money.
Yeah. She's like, no, I'm telling you this, taking a risk. I will want gratitude. Surely the representatives of the Shogun can give favor to his humble servant, being oh so helpful to all of his unusual and rude representatives.
Koga will just say aloud. He's not saying this to Obokoko. He's just saying it aloud for his companions to maybe pick up what he's putting down. But he'll say, 15 years is a long time. I wonder who is second most famous geisha in Edo. Perhaps after tonight we will find out. If we do not get the information we need and protect the one we are here to protect.
Looks, Setsu was the second one who died. Ume's other partner.
So
She died in a fire in Edo. One of the ones last week.
Your girl Nui, she seems to think she will be Ume's future partner.
She will.
Are you not
Now that
worried
we
for
have
her?
convinced her to come, now that Ume will come here, she will need help, she will need an apprentice. Not a partner, but a successor, maybe, one day, when she is old enough. And Ume retires. Even she cannot live forever, cannot entertain forever. Nui, now that Ume is here, Nui will make a good impression. I paid much money for Nui. She will be famous. She will bring this tea house renown, money, fame. She actually, like, and with that insight, she's almost gloating um, over how, like,
Are you not worried for Ume or for Nui's safety? There seems to be a pattern surrounding Ume.
she sort of shrugs. You want to make money? You want to be famous? You have to take some risks.
Can I insight her response to my question? It's kind of like
Yeah.
what Hanbei would be specifically trying to determine is if she's has like a sense of security, like she knows her girl is going to be fine, or if she thinks it's like just kind of caution to the wind, or if there's like she knows something.
She's not sure. She's nervous,
Okay.
but she thinks it's worth the risk.
Okay. So
She wants this enough to take a risk that others will not take and invite Ume here.
Yeah, there's a
Like,
piece that
and
I'm
you
missing
know
that I'm
her.
not seeing.
You know her, Koga. And you know she is notoriously greedy. So you pick, she's nervous. But she thinks, and if you look around, you see she has paid for wards, for blessings, for protections.
Yeah, this is a big play. She's putting it all on the line to get
Yeah.
Ume in house.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I understand that that's what her behavior is leaning towards. Like on the outside looking in, that would look really suspicious. It's just there's pieces that I'm missing, and I don't think we're going to get them until we meet Ume.
Yeah, I think Ume's next big stop.
I have a final question. You mentioned the spirits, the demon.
People think there is a curse on Ume.
I acknowledge your years on this earth. Well, how do you, in your experiences, have you ever had to dispel a curse, or do you know anything of?
It's your monk friend. Ask him how to dispel curses.
And you see Kudo's kind of laughing right with her. Around it, from what I've seen, it looks like protections have already been taken. And however, if something like that was to arise, I'm sure my knowledge and skills would come in useful.
Rumiko laughs. Not laughs. What am I saying? Rumiko moves to the side, knocking one of these wooden bowls with water off, and she says, "Oh, forgive me." As you can see that she gives a stern. There's almost like a stern look that she gives the old woman, and also to the monk.
Nephew! Kiru! Clean this up, boy.
Forgive me, she says, and she, even as the boy, I imagine, comes in with his purple and white robes, kimono, she almost like leans down almost to like to help him.
Oh,
And who are you? She looks at you and she's gonna reach out and she's gonna grab your nose and twist. Or she's going to try to.
The little boy's gonna try and grab her nose and twist.
No.
The old
Obakoko
woman.
is trying to grab your nose and twist. when
Yeah,
you do that.
absolutely. Super. Do you know what happens? Is she allows that to happen. But she can move much faster to the thing, but she literally allows that to happen, and she go. Oh.
can I swap her hand out away?
Yeah,
Like-
you can swatter.
Yeah, I would like to break the hold and just like, hands off. And I'll rise and chair
Forgive
will
me,
skid back
but
behind.
that is how you can tell if one is a demon. And you, Kudo, would know that that is not true. It is a old folk superstition, but it is a way that some people think you can tell a demon. If you can twist its nose, it's a demon. It's not a demon. If it is a demon, you can't twist its nose. Like they won't let that happen. It'll.
Kuda will just kind of smile and says, that is a common belief.
I'll look down at Rumiko like, what is?
And- And of course, us, the group who actually knows him, can just tell, like, raised eyebrow a little that
We were talking about the
sort of
demon. She
lie.
knocked off the bowl. She is strange. You cannot tell me that you know a demon has not taken her form. Coming in here, asking questions, getting permission to enter.
She suppresses a smile, seeing that the conversation is diverted away from the insult given towards the samurai, and she just like holds her nose like this as she gets up and does a small bow to the woman out of respect, the older woman out of respect, and she says, I wish not to speak out of turn, but or to offend you in any way. Is it possible for us to rest here, or will we have to rest elsewhere? Perhaps I will have to rest elsewhere. She asks.
She sort of looks and shrugs. The rooms are empty now. You stay through the night, and she's looking at you, Koga, because she does kind of know you. Make sure there's no trouble. Don't cause any. You can stay. Stay till she leaves. Stay after.
You are most gracious.
Like she's like kind of mulling through a few things, you can tell.
Hanbei, already standing, is going to kind of like step around his chair, which he shoved back when he rose so quickly. And he's going to replace it at the table, kind of looking mostly at Kudo, the monk, because the whole thing with being laughed at, the fact that he doesn't know anything about the demons until earlier this morning when they fought ones, and he now very like questioning what does he actually know, does pinching someone's nose mean that or not. He is like, and just kind of like he's quiet, and he's going to just kind of bow, and I will begin to make my way up the stairs with plans to speak with Kudo more about this once we get up into private.
And
Yeah.
Kuda would rise and start to follow him up, giving a bow towards the owner. I believe we have all the information we need at this time.
She just kind of nod to you, but she will bow to she will bow to Koga and more deeply to Hanbei. Because
Which is to be expected. It just with it the most position compared to like a samurai. It's more of like the little half bow courtesy kind of thing.
Mm. Koga will bow his head, stand up, pick up one of the bowls of water, and drink from it, and then just put the bowl down and walk away.
Yeah, Rumiko bows and is the last out of the room, and she looks at the old woman as she bows, and as she comes up with some coins in her hand. And she says, "I'm not sure if uh, this in any way will be accepted by you," but she places those 20 coins on the side, and she says, "I mean, you no stress," she says, and she bows and goes upstairs.
She looks very startled to see that one, you have that money, and two, that you would say and do that after she twisted your nose. But she, like, almost reflexively makes the coins vanish, as that is.
Super.
Yeah. She's definitely like rattled by everything that's going on, more even than she was when you came in here.
And I would like to ask if we could take like a bathroom smoke break before
Mm.
we talk upstairs and us, because it's just a good time to do it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that
Before
works
you
for me.
guys have your rest, your rather your characters have your rest. You guys have your rest. Works for me.
Cool.
It's that.
So
Okay.
meet on the hour then, or
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
about then.
okay, cool. Alrighty.
Okay, I'm back.
I am back too. Hey, what time is it over there, Cam? Are you? I know you're Tuesday, but what time?
3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, so you are like 17 hours ahead of us, I think. I'm on the west coast, Seattle.
Yeah,
That's
we're same time zone.
Yeah, I'm on the East Coast, so you're like 20 hours ahead of me.
Is Ian? Does anyone know if he's United States based?
I think he's in Sweden.
I'll ask him when he gets back because I'm so curious. My wife just made a whole bunch of hot chocolate.
I saw that. It looked absolutely delicious.
And she's very good at making it look pretty.
Looks fantastic, especially this cold weather.
Super, super.
Welcome
Although it
back.
wouldn't be cold in Australia, would it? No,
No, it's wow, it's like 31 degrees Celsius today.
yeah. So like
It's
hot.
pretty hot.
Yeah, we're fixing to get snow here in next week, probably.
Listen,
Yeah.
we've got snow all over the place here in Sweden. Let me tell you, it's crazy.
Yeah, we got a dusting last week, but
We haven't had snow yet here in Oregon, but it's been raining pretty much nonstop for like the last week.
Yeah,
I wish for rain. Let me tell you.
sounds about right.
see, I like snow rather than rain, honestly, if it's cold, because wet rain is worse even than snow, and you get mud.
Well,
Yeah.
Seattle rain is just like it can be torrential or it could be a mist, but like Seattle's known for its rain.
Yeah, it's incredibly rainy.
We're 13 days into summer, and obviously last Monday we had that
Flash flood.
torrential rain that hit us. The weather was supposed to be 28 degrees Celsius, not a cloud in the sky all day. And then when it happened and I looked at the radar, a thunderstorm literally manifested itself right over the city that I live in. It went from, like, the radar went from clear to green to blue to red, which is obviously like dense thunder, dense rain. And then it hit us really hard. And then today it's supposed to be 32 and a little bit cloudy, and it's very, very sunny and very bright and very, very hot.
Yeah, like that's
2
a
days it's going to be
inside
20
hugging the
degrees
AC
Celsius.
day. that's a. I'm gonna stay inside and hug the AC.
Yeah, our cats are hating it. They're perishing.
Yeah, they're like, "Ah, how dare you make the weather this hot, human?"
Yeah, they've been sleeping all day, the poor boys.
Yeah. Although don't cats really like it warmer, but
I don't know. They're vindictive. They love everything we hate.
possible. But yeah,
All right,
you guys
I've
can
marked
go-
the long rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm for that as well.
Yes. And I would definitely, as we're settling in, I would definitely say that is an old wives' tale and not founded in fact about the nose being treated.
Would you know anything else about like I would take the opportunity since we have the time to speak about like the little what did we call them? There was a Japanese name for the devils that we fought. They were
Cammy.
Kami. Ask you what you know about those and if there's anything that we can do should there be something that happens tonight or anything like that. what you as the priest know about it, or monk.
I know very little beyond common knowledge myself. It wasn't my area of studies. However, I do know cleansing rituals or somebody in, in rituals that are said to protect, but as to whether they're effective or not, it seems to be more for people's peace of mind than anything.
Well, it seems that the spirits can at least be met with blade, and I'll look over at Koga from across the room as I imagine you're settling in, stool, and with that I think Hanbai would settle in to take his rest as well. Um, though I don't think he would specifically. Well, I don't know. Would a samurai take off his armor in a situation like this? I don't think so. I think even though he's like resting, I think he still considers himself on the job, so he would remain armored and just yeah.
I would I would also take the opportunity as we're settling in to see if the room specifically has any of the blessing words and
Well, the room you are in is not the nice room that you were shown earlier. That is these are like bedrooms. Not that is being prepared still and cleaned and made ready and everything. It will not be like you're not waiting in there yet.
yeah.
We'll wait in there towards the evening. But here in particular, there's some, but no more than elsewhere in the house.
Okay. And then as we're prepping, I would just kind of look to the other says it, it is awful strange that those who have died are all connected to Umi as a part,
Uh,
partners and a friend wannabe geisha.
you can see as you look over at the rest of us, all settling in our different corners or places within this small room. You can see that uh, Rumiko, who's had her back against the side of this paper wall, like in a meditative legs crossed position. Her head's like sort of. You can see that she's totally gone. She's like totally exhausted and is already sleeping in that position.
And yeah, if no one wants to do anything else, you can settle down and sleep through the day until evening comes and wake when you start to hear the sounds of the tea house being made ready for customers and a few of the very earliest ones arriving and starting to eat and drink in the common room. And
I imagine Kudo would just kind of meditate and do some contemplation on what they've learned to kind of be that half awake, half asleep kind of deal.
yeah, towards the end of like your rest, you can sort of come awake and do that until your companions rouse.
Um, for housekeeping, I'll go ahead and long rest my character sheet, if that's
Yeah,
fine. Okay.
yeah, you all get a long rest. So restore the hit points, hit dice.
Key point.
Yeah, spell slots and key points, 100%. Um, I don't think Hanbei would try to really leave their room, even if there sounds like there's activity, because he's very conscious of the fact that he will be armed and armored and be very attracting attention in this tea house.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
if anybody does go to scout, he would probably leave it to somebody else to do that who can maybe blend in a little bit more. But I'm going to keep waiting until the hour draws near of when Ume is supposed to arrive.
Yeah, and a little bit, and like you hear as things happen, you hear like things get progressively busier, and there's sounds of patrons and customers, not just in this tea house, but out in the street and across the way. And you hear people coming in and out, and eventually you start to hear some music played, and then things get much louder, and you like think that maybe the other two geisha who are entertaining here tonight arrived, and you hear noises and them setting up and patrons, and a little while later, Nui will come, like looking a little bit harried, but impeccably dressed and with makeup on, and she will slide open the door and motion for you to follow her, and like guide you up the back stairs and into the room you were shown earlier, which is taken on an even more like almost otherworldly hue with the lanterns lit and shaded and lit and shaded, and the tables polished to a sheen. There are delicate porcelain teacups set around the cushions and all the seating arrangements, and fine lacquered chopsticks as well. And there's like a faint hint of incense and perfume in the air. And Nui says, Obokoko says not to touch not to sit at the place at the table, not to touch the glasses. And she said, and then she slides open another door. When you're done, this way, come out. And then she,
And this is Nui?
yep. She's dressed in a very fine kimono, like green kimono patterned with pink flowers, flower blossoms, and a beautiful white silk obi. And her hair is done up like a geisha's, and she has some face makeup on, though not the full geisha makeup, because she is not herself a geisha yet.
Mm.
How old is Nui? I'm imagining like sub-teenager. Is she?
Around 9.
Okay, yeah, that's perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will follow her.
Yeah, like she's led you up into the room. She says, Ume will be here soon.
And is the room cleared, or are there other people trying to be here too?
No, not yet. This isn't open yet. It will be open
Okay.
when Ume gets here.
Okay.
But the rooms down below, you could tell, were very crowded. And you can hear some faint music coming from the larger room on this level as well. But it's not as crowded or noisy as the one down below.
Okay, let's talk to Ume. This will be interesting.
Yeah. And
I imagine Kudo will let Koga and Abe take the lead and just kind of be watching and to see, first off to see if Ome is someone he recognizes from the fire.
Can I look around the room too, also to see if anything's changed since we were in here last?
I mean, at a cursory glance, what's changed is that it looks like it's been fully prepared, like they finished preparing everything. There are sake cups and teacups, and there's a tea kettle and sake bottles on burners heating up. There are chopsticks laid out. All the silk cushions are brushed and the table's polished to a shine. The lanterns are lit but trimmed and covered so there's a lower light than in the larger rooms outside. And there's incenses just faintly wafting through the room. And as you are looking around, the door slides open, and you see the most graceful woman you have ever seen in your lives just glide in. She is wearing a dark red, almost plum colored kimono with roses embroidered, the outlines of roses embroidered in gold, and a golden obi around her waist. And she's wearing just this impeccable, perfect geisha makeup. Her face is white, her teeth are black, her lips are red, her hair is like ink. Everything about her is perfect. And as she steps in, she affects this gesture of, oh, surprise. And it seems so genuine, but it is so flawless. And that perfect feminine expression of surprise that you know it is not genuine just because of that. And she does not look like she belongs in this world in a way. She says, "It appears I have guests already. What can I do for such honored clients?" And she sort of like bows her head, and you see her neck is long and graceful like a swan's. And she steps in, just glides in really, and sinks down on one of the cushions, sort of like a almost impossible to read faint smile on her face.
As she's doing all of this, can I tell if it's the same woman I saw from the fires?
Give me a insight or perception.
Let's let's go with perception. So +3. That will be a 19.
It is not the same woman from the fire. That woman, even though she's wearing all this makeup and her hair is done up, you can tell that the woman from the fire was shorter, and that woman was not so beautiful or so graceful as Ume is.
Kudo will bow it, and as as he bows, he just kind of shakes his head a little, kind of like he's clearing his thoughts. But t- it's basically enough that the party will recognize that he's saying no.
Rumiko speaks out of place, and she doesn't bow, and but she does look to the floor, and she says, "Malevolent fire kami, yoki spirits in search of vengeance are setting fires in the lower class districts. Bonzo, the district magistrate, overseer of these districts, has tasked us to discover the source of these fires before the city of Edo burns to the ground." And then she falls silent.
Oh, you have been charged with a great task, given great honor to be sent on such an important mission. But tell me, why are you here asking me about and my humble self about this? O Lord, the representative of the Shogun and honored Bonzo.
Koga's not a people. That's better. Koga's not a people person. He's somebody that gets information by observing. So he's going to look to Hanbei, but he's going to position himself in a way that Hanbei can see him, so that I can perhaps give some visual or social cues.
Okay. I think Hanbei is probably taken aback by kind of the poise and grace of the geisha, almost like to the point where he'd look over at Kumiko for kind of speaking and kind of announcing their purpose, but he's looking at her almost like more of a thank you, because he lost his train of thought almost as this beautiful geisha comes through. And he would bow to her respectfully, and as you ask us kind of what it has to do with her, we believe you might be in danger, lady.
And you can all give me an insight check. I'm gonna have everyone except Rumiko make it with disadvantage.
Okay, so disadvantage.
I see nothing, I hear nothing.
Yeah, none of you really get any sort of read on her for this. She says, "Oh, and why, my lords, might you believe this? I hope, if it is true, that you are here to protect me."
Kodo will actually speak up, says, as in one of the recent fires, we saw a woman wearing the robe you gave Akiko.
She lowers her eyes. I had heard that Akiko-sama had died recently. The word was she had taken her own life in grief. Are you telling me that this is not the case?
We aren't entirely sure, but looking into uh, both the geisha's death and Akiko's as well. But things that we found as far as evidence is points to this road, which has led us to you. Or perhaps you can give us some more insight.
She looks
I-
up. I gave that robe to Akiko as a gift for helping me out of a embarrassing position. You see, I was entertaining a client in the Purple Lantern Tea House, and another one of my favorite patrons arrived. It would have been extremely embarrassing for me to be noticed by him with another. And so Akiko, knowing this, diverted him to another room, entertained him, brought him good wine and food, and quietly sent word to me that I could leave without encountering this man. In gratitude and thanks, I sent her one of my own kimonos to wear.
A fine gift indeed.
It distresses me to think that it may have, as you seem to imply, have brought her pain and suffering, or even death.
Mistress Ume, she is but one of 3 that we have discovered have perished recently. There's also Kimi and Sutsu, right?
Satsu.
Satsu.
She says, like, not even like in such a way, like it is not correct. Like you couldn't possibly think she's correcting you, just reflectively saying that name. Their deaths were very tragic indeed.
For just
The
for
dearest friends and partners.
Rumiko's listening to how the conversation is going, and her mind flicks back to her father sitting at a table, and her father takes what seems almost like an hourglass, and he turns it upside down, and she uses that in her mind to. She's assuming we've got like 10 minutes. She's going to take the first 5. When the first 5 minutes finishes, she's going to say something. Just so you know, it's just so after 5 minutes, she's going to say.
Yeah, it's not there just yet, but
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, Al, obviously you know of all the people that have died. died. Is there perhaps a rival of yours that might be looking to hinder you?
she smiles. Geishas always have rivals, but more often it is found that they have rivals for them rather than with them. Men are jealous of other men. And like her words are spoken in such a cadence that there is poetry to them. Women are jealous of geisha, knowing not the suffering, seeing only those they love and desire, enamored with another. I know not of any who would be so jealous of me, of my place, that they would do such things. But men and scorned women's jealousy knows no bounds. There are many who would do anything to best a rival.
Kudo would kind of nod and think a could then say, and there are many who would rise above the station and by any means as well.
In our world, who can ever rise or change the place into which they are born?
Hanbei is kind of much like Rumiko has done in the past, kind of looking more down at the floor, like he doesn't want to be like gazing on her, like so much, almost as if it might be inappropriate of him to do so, almost. But he will ask, "What was the name of the man that Akiko distracted on your behalf?"
At this, Koga sits forward and gives him a little nod.
Oh, his name was Ginda. He is An official of the Shogun at his court. In high favor, but sadly not liked by his fellows.
You see, we are on official business from the
He will be
Shogun.
coming tonight, along with his principal rival, who I was with that night, Jagoro.
Would I know any of these names?
You know Jagoro. You saw him earlier, and you do know him. He is young, handsome, and rich. And you gave him the look of "you disgust me" earlier.
That was
session.
him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And he flushed and embarrassedly scuttled off. Give me a history check to see if you know who Genda is.
Okay, this is straight roll.
You do know who Genda
Oh,
is.
I rolled a 10. So
Oh.
Koga rolled an 18 though. So
Okay, Koga. Yeah, you don't know Genda. Koga knows of Genda though, which kind of makes sense. Genda
Tell me.
is, yeah, he is a spy for the Shogun. It is his job to basically snitch on the daimyos who have to come and live and attend court 1 out of every 2 years to keep the peace, and of other court officials. So he is basically a official snitch. So he attends gatherings and meetings and reports to the Shogun how everyone's carrying out their duties, what they've been saying, what they've been doing, just anything and everything, which makes him very unpopular. You also know with that role, Koga, that 2 years ago, his brother killed himself. His brother Goshen killed himself in disgrace after racking up a huge debt trying to woo this very Geisha Ume who sits before you, one of those who was driven mad with love and lust.
I see.
It was quite the scandal at the time.
Yeah, so knowing that, Koga might throw a little hand grenade in and
And it has
mention.
been 5 minutes.
It might mention Goshen. Is it Goshen?
Yeah.
The brother's name?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goshen.
And I'll bring that up and say, it's not like directly talking to her. It's what we were doing with Obokoko before, where I'll say, Gendo, I remember his brother Goshen well. What would he say in order to make this? Like he wants her to organically start talking about Goshen and Gendo, so that.
An insight check, then.
Okay, I can do that. I can do 9.
No, she does not seem to register that you said anything at all.
Although, hang on, I get to add superiority die to that. I'm an idiot.
Okay, I will roll for her then.
I get to, so it's 15 total.
Yeah, she does not react, that you can tell. She is just pouring some tea with exquisite grace, and you almost like lose your train of thought again, just watching the beauty of each movement she makes.
So I'll look at Hanbei and I will say that.
I'll nod like I remember too. Not really, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Rumiko would like to. I'd like to do an insight check using luck if needed. To she feels that not only is this going too slow, but she feels that this geisha knows much more than she's given us information.
All right, roll an insight.
Insight. First one is fuck. Second one is we're using luck. Sorry. Oh, that's.
Oh, this
So
is
what would that be then?
Do you know why
This
this is going
woman
slow?
is
Because we're
so
rolling
far
so bad.
outside of your experiences in life and so
Yeah.
different from anyone you have ever seen or even glimpsed in this world before that you just
Absolutely.
cannot wrap your head around them. It would
Absolutely.
be, you would
It's
have a
perfect.
better
It's
chance
perfect.
of reading the Shogun himself
It's
than
perfect. It's
with
perfect. There's a moment of frustration that flushes her cheeks as um, she slowly comes forward. All the whole time she hasn't looked at her face. I mean, even just looking from the periphery of her graceful, beautiful movements, it would be disarming for her to look in her face. She's sure. And thinking of her father, she kneels down and says, "Time is short," she says. And as we said before, it is the hand of the shogun um, that brings us here. And she kneels down and she says, "If a moment," and she takes out these three wooden things from inside her garment. One is it's almost like chess pieces, and she places it on the table next to the cup that the geisha's been drinking from. And one is like a shogun, or like the king, you can say, and the other is like a queen or a geisha, which is on the other side. She places there, and then closer to herself, she places another piece, which is almost similar to what would be like a pawn or just a commoner type of thing. And she tells this short story, shorter than I'm going to say it, a short story. And as she does, she's moving around these imaginary pieces, which are not there, for there are only three pieces that are on the table next to her in front of her cup. And when she finishes, she just folds her arm. And what she says to her is, there is a story quite fresh. If you may, I would explain it.
Of course, I would be honored to hear a story from the Shogun's own representative. And there is everything about that rings with perfect sincerity, but everything about this woman is perfect. So you can't tell if it's genuine or not. Like she is looking at you like you are her oldest and dearest friend.
Absolutely. She says, there was a warrior, a great strategist, that came to the shogun's attention. And what he did was he laid before this strategist 180 women from his palace. And he said, "Your strategy of war is fantastic, but can it work on these people of the palace?" He said, "Yes, it can." So what he did was he took two of the shogun's concubines and placed them at the head. And he said to all of these women, "I presume you know the difference between your left hand and your right hand." "Yes," they all said. "When I say turn left, you will turn to your left. When I say right, to your right." They all understood. The words of command were explained clearly. He said, "Left turn." And they started to laugh, giggled. If words of command are not clear, if orders are not understood, it is the general's fault, he says. Again, turn to your left. They laughed, their weapons falling to the floor. If words of command are not clear, if orders are not understood, it is the general's fault. But if the orders are clear and the soldiers nevertheless disobey, it is the official's fault. Then this folk hero, this strategist, ordered the beheading of these two concubines, favored by the shogun. He then said, "To your left." All the women turned to the left, to the right. To the right they turned, marching them forward, marching them backwards, kneeling, standing. They did exactly, perfectly as was ordered, for they were ready to go through fire or water as commanded. And she, as she finishes saying that, she folds her arms and shing. If it's possible, she's going to attack this geisha. She's going to slice. What her plan is to slice, disembowel this geisha.
Okay.
And she has thoughts about what is going to happen, but that's she. Either way, she has
Okay.
Oh.
Jeepers.
Wow.
Make an attack roll.
Didn't see that
Absolutely.
coming.
She uses
I'm flat-footed.
she uses
Me
a
too.
second. She uses a second. Not a luck point. She's going to use a superiority dice. Which is precision attack. So she does. Just give me 1 second. She does one slice.
Of course.
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
23. What is her plan? You can say what happens because I don't know the thing, but her plan would be this. She goes, her arms are folded. She goes, slashes forward to disembowel her. She's not trying to kill her. I know that it can kill, but when you get to a thing, you can also decide to unconscious.
Yeah, no, disemboweling would be a very painful death.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
if that's what you're trying to do, then give me
Well,
damage.
I have one question just beforehand. In D&D, isn't it that you can, if you take them to 0, you can choose whether it's unconscious or whether it's actually a kill blow?
Yeah, you can absolutely do that. But if you're trying to disembowel someone, you're gonna have to describe that attack differently because you cannot non-lethally
Absolutely. Okay,
disembowel someone.
that's flavor then. That's too much flavor. A bit too much flavor.
Yeah.
So what she's going to do is she
That's
leans
spicy.
forward and slices her midsection, if that's possible. And she puts her hand forward because there's two things that will happen. Either one, the geisha will fall forward, and she's going to stop her, hold her to there, and she just says one word. She says, sorry, more than one word. She says, "Master of the open hand," because she knows, of course, that this guy can heal. Also,
I mean, you're trying to knock her unconscious.
if she's an average person, then that will happen. If she's like a tough, whatever you want to call it, then that
I
won't
mean,
happen.
give me damage. You're almost certainly
Absolutely.
going to knock her unconscious.
Okay, got it. So that deals with that.
Can you imagine if he crit? Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
6 points.
with no one is expecting this, and you slice your sword out in one smooth movement, just drawing it across your body and through this silk, which is worth more money than you have ever seen in your life, and this obi, which is made of golden threads. And as it slices across her stomach, there is you see this line of red, and it is almost, for one split poignant second, it is almost as though it was made to be a part of this obi's pattern, and then it begins to spill quickly forward, and she just kind of gasps, but even that gasp is perfect and beautiful, and it airs at the heart of every man in this room. And as her hand goes to
Cure wounds.
the wound and comes away red, she just kind of flutters and falls slightly to the side in a dead faint.
Super, if I could say one last thing, I will shut my mouth. She says, "Kudo, heal her. She will answer our questions precisely."
Yeah, as this happens, you hear a scream from behind the screen. Attack! Attack!
I knew it.
Hanbei,
Hanbei
Hanbei,
is
be,
shooting up,
be
drawing a
straight,
sword.
yeah, be straight, companion, and he would, Kudo would go up, up, and be tending the rooms and
And you
cast your
hear
rooms.
footsteps running. And you hear screaming, and I'm gonna say probably at least Hanbei and Koga recognize it as Nui screaming. She was eavesdropping at the door.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
And there is a commotion like you would not believe coming from below, shrieking and sounds of alarm. And yeah, you are going to have like one action and the door is going to burst open.
Yep. Bob, I'm Cuban moods, I know, mate.
Okay, yeah.
So that is, I believe, 1d8. 1d.
Oh shoot!
1d8.
What does the samurai do? This
Yeah,
is.
what do you do? What do the two of you do?
I mean, I'm not a samurai, so
That's true. That's true.
I'm
What
shocked.
do you do? Yeah. Okay, so we know
my
what the
my
monk is doing.
my blade springs from its sheath, and I will shout, "Rumiko!" And I will like advance with this blade high, almost as if I'm gonna just take it straight down on you. But I am almost like too shocked to do anything. So if we have one action, I think drawing a blade is an actual action rules, right? Or is
No,
that
rules
considered
is
free?
an interaction. You get
Okay.
free.
So I don't know if I'm gonna actually do it, but I'd be next to her at this point with the blade up above, but I'm not gonna actually strike.
Nomi gets 8 hit points back.
Oh, she's better than ever.
Pretty much.
Like
She had a
and
sore foot before this, and it's gone as
Except
well.
for the blood and the ripping her down.
And
Hanbei
as
is
you
stunned.
If I have a free action, I probably don't. Do I have a free action?
don't get an action, you already took your
Okay, I'm
action.
done. I'm done.
Koga will move to the door and jam his foot at the bottom of the door to prevent it from being kicked open. And
That's very smart, but the door's not going to be kicked open. The door is going to be kicked through.
Oh
because it's
snap!
paper,
Yeah.
of course. Okay, I mean, I'll just stand up in front of Rumiko because I understand what she's trying to do. I wouldn't have done it that way, but I understand what she's trying to do. So I will stand up in front of Rumiko and I will block the line of sight to what people coming in the door would be able to see. And I will just encourage Rumiko and Hanbei to ask their questions and ask them quickly. I pick up a stool.
Oh boy. Hang on, I need to open some more stat blocks. I didn't think I was going to need these.
Yeah.
And I've got my hands open and I'm standing looking at the door.
Okay, let me. Right.
I can't wait to fight everyone in this tavern.
Yeah. As this happens and the shriek from Nui and the running feet are heard, the first thing that happens was that there were patrons who were waiting, being sort of diverted and entertained by the other geisha hired for the night, Eldori and Maiko. And some of the ones who had come specifically to see Ume were sort of waiting there. And one of them just shoulder barges. I'm going to see which one through the door. Oh my goodness. Yeah. You see this large. Actually, yeah, you see this large man who is clearly like a guard or a servant for a lord or lady samurai standing behind him just burst through this door, and his shoulder impacts into, oh god, I think we're gonna have to do initiative here. Hang on. Oh god. Why did I think you weren't gonna have a fight here? What is wrong with me?
Are we all rolling initiative?
Yeah,
Oh,
just let
okay.
me get your tokens out and
Oh,
everything,
I
and
did.
so we can do.
So that was
Yeah.
two.
And the worst part is I could have very simply cast Zone of Truth.
Now we know.
Yeah.
I just want
Okay.
answers, man. That's it. I just want
Yeah,
answers.
I just didn't think it was needed yet.
Is it not? Is it not coming? Okay, I can't. Why are your tokens not showing up? There we go.
I can Oh, it's the same problem. I don't have control over the token for some reason, so.
Oh, if you guys can drag your tokens out, that'll be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let's try that. And then I can redo initiative. Can I keep my 19 though?
Yeah, you can keep your rolls.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, plus.
I just want to turn initiative tracker, please. Oh wait, hang on. No, this might have.
Oh, did it keep it already?
It might have kept it. Let's move. Okay, clear the list. Hang on, yeah. Let me just add everyone's turns in, and you can hopefully edit them yourself on the initiative order, and if not, when Jaren, see, there we go.
Mine's a 15.
Did you drag your token on, Jaren?
Hold on. I can't even see the tokens because of my character sheet.
Oh, yeah. Just and I will
Oh,
put them
let
kind
me
of
see.
roughly where you were.
I don't know if I can do it for him. I don't think I can.
I don't think so. If he can't drag it, I will, but it would be good
Hold
if.
on.
Yeah.
Come on, close out the character sheet. There we go. I don't even see my token.
Just in the characters tab, just like click on the little image of Kudo and like pull him out onto the map.
Come on. Yeah, it's not letting me do it. It wants to highlight everyone.
Can you click your picture on your
Yeah, it opens up my character sheet.
okay, and can you click the picture for your character on your character sheet and pull that out, like on the bio and info area, and drag that out?
It doesn't let me drag it.
Can you go to the like where there's a list of all the characters and drag it out?
I tried. It doesn't let me do anything like that.
Just
It
click
highlights.
and hold on Kudo's name and pull out like that.
There it
Yeah.
goes.
There it is. See? Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, it's trying to highlight the entire list.
Yeah.
It's a
Oh, you got it out anyway. There, that one was one you pulled out, right? You can move it.
Yeah.
Cool. Let me add other people. Oh wait, let me give you a turn so you can enter in your initiative and everything. And let me add. Let me add what you can see. First off, I guess she gets a turn.
Ye-
Um,
I
Yeah.
assume that's only right there.
that's Ume right there.
Okay. I think I would be diagonal since I have to actually touch her to hit.
Yeah, so I'm assuming like right there, kind of, the next to her. And yeah, there's gonna be this guy bursting.
Yeah, we
in.
gotta fight.
Yep, you got a fight I did not anticipate.
Me
Silly
either.
me. Yeah, bursting in, and I'm gonna need a strength roll from you, uh, Koga, as he tries to just as he's just barging in as fast.
Is he trying to bull rush or grapple?
He's just trying to bull rush you over.
Okay, I can maybe work with that.
And these guys back here do not have swords, but they are samurai and nicely dressed. They will have, yeah. So what is?
That's a 7. But just making sure, because I got a whole bunch of juicy unarmed combat stuff. No, it's only if I'm attacking, so that's okay. 7.
Right, and Ian, what did you get?
I got a 12.
Okay, let me.
I keep writing it in, but it doesn't go inside for some reason.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Oops.
Come on. Work. And right. So that also kind of makes sense. One more guy's needed. Actually, 2 more guys are needed immediately. What a goober.
If I said it up, Kudo just thinking maybe either owner was right and our companion is a demon.
Yeah, she will certainly think so after this.
What did you say? Say one more time.
I was saying as we set it up, Kudo just thinking maybe the owner was right and you are a demon.
That's kind of the hallway area, and there are people there waiting. Oh yeah, there's also this guy here who won't be able to react. But yeah, and they are. And turn. And turn. Okay, well, yeah. I'm gonna have all of them just kind of. The first guy blasts. You're gonna be knocked back 5 feet, or knocked to the side rather, as he's just coming in through. Probably knocked prone as he just charges past you, and he's carrying a stick, and he sees. Oh man, he sees the monk kneeling over Ume, touching her. He sees a ragged-looking woman with a sword and a samurai lord-looking type with a sword drawn. I'm gonna say he's not super perceptive, and he doesn't necessarily notice that there is blood only on your sword, but he will still be going for you. I am sorry, Rumiko. As he is just going to try and whack you as hard as he can with his stick, screaming. Yeah, so that will be a 16 to hit.
Hits absolutely solid.
Yeah, cracking you over the skull. And that will be 5 bludgeoning damage. And as he winds up again and just like tries to full on kick you for a 13 to hit.
That just the crack on the head, it just like it gets so good, and when she goes to kick, she just like moves, slides to the side, missing.
You fall back just enough, like, and catch yourself and push off the floor just enough that his kick misses you. And he is yelling, "Assassin! Defend Ume!" And you hear shouts, Ume, Ume! Let me sort everything, because he was the first one to react there. One. And we're gonna sort if. Okay. Nope, other way. Yeah. And his reaction, you see other samurai piling in. One of them is going to run up, like throwing himself dramatically over Ume's body, like to shield her. And you recognize Jagoro there, and you recognize also you recognize Ginda coming in after, yelling, "In the name of Shogun, you are all lost!" And yeah, another thug is coming in as well, and we're gonna go to. We're gonna say that we're gonna start initiative as normal now, and have, because it did take a little bit of time for people to get in. And you see some more on the stairs as the room is crowding full, and there's commotion and people running and screams for guards. And we're gonna say, Koga, you get to go now.
You're muted.
Koga will. Yeah, thank you. Koga will hold his action and watch to see what Hanbei does.
Okay.
To put all the pressure on you, Adrian.
Yeah. Another thug is going to just kind of come up and try to shoulder his way past everyone. 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, he can just about get behind you. And he's gonna like whack with his sword at this ragged and looking intruder. But that's only gonna be an 8 to hit, so I'm assuming he's gonna miss. And he's gonna try and punch you. Again for an 8. He's not very skilled. And Hanbei, your turn.
Was it Jagoro or Genda who shouted in the name of Shogun? Was it this guy's Genda, right?
Genda.
And he's the one you shouted?
Yeah.
He's also our biggest suspect right now.
Yeah.
And I'm right next to him, and I'm thinking, I just want to beat the shit out of him.
Okay.
Yeah, Genda's the one in white down here.
Shoot.
He's also the spy for the Shogun.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's the spy for the Shogun. He is. You don't know that necessarily though, unless you've been told though, because you you are like a young, sort of up and coming, ambitious samurai, but this guy is like part of the inner court.
Okay.
And interestingly enough, you are the only people in here with actual proper weapons. The like escorts for the samurai have clubs,
Yeah. So
which can crack a skull, but it'd be harder.
So fully in character, because I'm still a little like, what's going on? So we were in the room talking with her. Then Rumiko goes into the story. She's talking about moving the little pieces and telling, and then to everyone's surprise, and at that, that's when Hanbei, like eyes wide, draws his katana out of instinct, running forth. Like, I don't know what you're doing. What happened? What did you do? And then shouts, and then screams, and then the door getting cast open, and then people all around, and I'm still in the position there. And now the people are trying to club and run around. I think I'm gonna see Genda, who's right there about to take a swipe at you. And I am going to let go of my sword for a second and point at him and shout stop. And I'm going to use command to shout stop to him.
Yeah, a reminder, they look like they're about to swing swords, but they don't have swords.
Yeah, he's got a club though, right?
No,
Or-
the two in yellow have clubs. Everyone else
Okay.
is unarmed, except maybe they would have small daggers, but they're
Okay,
not supposed
that-
to have those. So
that would reorient what I'm doing, because someone's actively clubbing, and it's the guy north of Rumiko. So if that's
north
the
and
case,
south, they have
eh.
enough for each. These two in yellow.
Okay. I'm gonna command the north guy, because no, he just
I
landed.
can
He
have- I
didn't
can
land
have
the
the
hit.
south
It was the south guy that landed the hit, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the person who actually hit Rumiko, I'm gonna try to command stop, and I will post that spell.
Yeah. So
So
what
that's
say
Yeah,
It's a
you
so
DC
you-
10.
She'll need to know because I actually had that as well.
We're on the same line of thought, probably.
Yeah.
But so he'll need to roll a wisdom save of 10. But I like go over the long sword, like the katana with one hand, to point at him and shout stop.
He fails. So seeing an armed and armored samurai yelling stop at him, he freezes.
Okay. And then I am going to maneuver my blade and point it at Rumiko. I'm sorry, but I will not using the spell, but I'm gonna say drop the weapon or drop your blade. I guess would be more like the appropriate thing. But I don't have a choice on that. He would be like drop your blade, and that is all that I will do. That's basically just an action to cast the spell, and then no movement needed. So.
All right. So this guy will have halted.
I will. I'll take my action now.
10.
Oh yeah, go for it.
So I will slide up and I will make an unarmed strike on this southern. Wait, which one did you command?
I did it on the southern because he's the one who hit her.
Okay, so I will move up to the northern and I'll take an unarmed strike on him and attempt to calm him down a little. So it's just like an unarmed strike for flavor, really. I'm not trying to box him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss with that.
No, you're just flail.
I
You're
just
just a
rolled-
man's
That was a
flailing.
D4. Yeah.
Hang on, yeah.
Oh.
Where's the thing that I have to roll? Why isn't it letting me do it?
Are you on the roll 20?
Yeah.
I think you have to click on the name of the attack or the weapon.
Yeah.
Like if it
doesn't
says
even- it's not letting me
unarmed.
click on it. I'll just roll a d20. Hang on.
Yeah, I don't.
Alright, so it's 16 plus proficiency. Yeah, I'm gonna hit.
Yeah. Also,
it's gonna
if you have
do-
real dice and want to use those, I am fine with it. I just.
That's gonna do 3 damage, but then I also get a free attempt to grapple,
Sure, go for it.
which I get to roll, I believe, and add my superiority.
Mm-hmm.
I fixed your roll 20 by the way. Now it should work.
Grazie. Yeah, that's sweet. Okay, so where is it? Strength check. Oh yeah, 22.
Yeah. You grab this guy, you crack him like in the back of the knee, and as he sort of like stumbles and cries out in pain, you reach up and you grab hold of his like neck and arm, and you twist and him into a uh full Nelson or half Nelson, one of those wrestling moves. I don't watch enough to know, and have him grappled.
Beautiful. He is grappled. That is my turn. I've moved and I have struck and bonus actioned. Sweet.
Right, and it is now that guy's to the south's turn. He's not doing anything because he was told to stop. So he's just gonna freeze there, staring at the drawn swords. The samurai in the back is a little bit braver. He's gonna come up and try to grapple Rumiko. Like grab your hair and just gonna slam you around. That's gonna be a 21.
Oh, definitely.
You can use Dex to avoid this as well, though.
Oh, I can?
Acrobatics or athletics, yeah.
Okay, let's see. I will use Obsec, Dex, Athletics. Yeah, she does. She'll go for Athletics. One sec. And I might have to use a luck point on this. I got 19.
Do you have anything you can use to boost that?
No, I don't. That's. I'm not gonna get higher than that. I'm pretty sure. 90's pretty hot.
14.
Say again.
You rolled a 14.
Who? Athletics got 19.
Yeah.
I got +5.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, he grabs a hold of you, and like using a move you recognize from childhood Aikido sessions, he like reaches out and grabs hold of your sword hand and tries to just like force it up and away in a way where you would not be able to strike effectively with it. And we are going to, that's all he's really going to do, we're able to do. And he's just going to yell, and we are going to move to Kudo.
Okay. Well, I was gonna command the northern guy, but looks like Conga got that taken care of. So, you said one of the guys threw themselves on Ami?
No, the red guy in red, Jagoro, is like throwing himself across Ume's body, like protecting her with himself.
Okay. And she would be conscious because I healed her.
Yeah, it was like she passed out in shock, is how I'm gonna flavor this. And when you touched her and started healing that wound.
So I will use command on Ome. Hey, come. And then I'll flavor it with the words, "We must get you to safety."
So you're ordering her to come with you.
Yep.
Okay, what's your spell save DC?
13.
No, she just sort of like, she's not, you can tell she is not enthralled by you. And she's just looking at Jagoro at like, my lord, forgive me. I must ask your assistance.
And then
yeah.
I guess for my movement, I will swing about like heading towards Omiko, like I'm gonna interfere and basically knock her out. But unfortunately, I'm not spending a key point to do it. So,
So no.
but I'm kind of playing it up like I'm not quite sure what's going on. I took care of the wound, and then she won't leave to be
So you
safe.
took an action. I don't know if you have any bonus action spells that you could use, and are you gonna actually move?
Yeah, I'm actually going to like swing around out to like maybe her.
Like, no, move your token if you're gonna move. Yeah, you can't stand there. There's too many people
Yeah.
already.
But it's like right on the edge of Kamiko or Rumiko's space. It's almost as if I'm gonna help restrain her, but I wanna be kind of in between her and Umi.
I don't think you can really fit between her and Ume right now.
Yeah,
They're
that-
right up on each other, and Jagoro
That's the
is
tough
taking
part.
the position of being the body shield between Ume.
exactly.
and-
With him stretched out, it's kind of like
yeah, you can't get
exactly
in there.
fit in that little space.
Yeah, you can't get in there, unfortunately.
But I still would be within range, so
Yeah.
I would probably just stay where I am and like turn towards Omeko. What the heck? What do you think you're doing? And then I'll just wait to see what happens.
All right. Rumiko.
Absolutely. So Rumiko's grappled by this this person.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's almost like there's just it's almost like in slow motion. There's like a flash in her mind of her training with her father as she's trying to write so neatly with this ink these symbols really neatly and carefully as her father sits on a chair opposite her and there's just like these peanuts just sort of like throwing these continual irritating peanuts towards her to actually distract her and she in the midst of this grapple after being cracked so hard on her head as like blood trickles down the side of her the center of her face almost stinging going into her eyes, her focus is on Ume, and she says loud enough for her to hear, she says, what do you know of these fires? She just says that. That's as a reaction speaking, whatever. She tries to break this grapple with this guy.
All right. Give me an athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
She will do the same as before, so that is athletics. That is a 13. She's going to try and use luck. Actually, I'm going to use one of my luck points
Okay.
to re-roll that. So a second luck point. That is athletics. She gets 16.
You wrench yourself free from this man's grasp.
Super. Can I just say this? This is an action. She would go. So she said that she would. She sort of like twists her body one way, twists it the other way, and as she twists it, she sheaths her blade, as was said by the samurai, and she stands there.
All right. So you have twisted free, but sheathed your blade.
That's it. She's finished.
Yeah. This guy's turn. I said in the name of the Shogun! Stop! You are all submit to the guards! He's not gonna do anything else. He might, like, lightly try and grab you. The Shogun will force you to commit seppuku for this! And he's kind of looking at you, Hanbei when he says that. That guard is going to go. Right.
Can I use my reaction to respond to him?
Yeah, sure.
So I will. My blade is still kind of pointed over at Rumiko, not like against you or anything, but it's in your direction. But I will turn. We are sent by the Shogun, and I can see now this is Jagoro, right?
No, that's Jagoro
Or is he
is
the red one?
one you know, and he's the one. Yeah, he's the one in red. This is
Oh, okay,
Ginda,
so I
who
just-
you don't know.
Okay, yeah, no. I would just say that to him then, nothing else.
Give me a deception because you were commissioned by Bunzo in the name of the Shogun, but
Okay. I mean, it doesn't matter for me if it's
or
persuasion or
yeah.
either way.
Either way.
In
your
Hanbei's
mind.
mind,
If
he's
that's in
not.
your mind, yeah, you can use persuasion.
Either way, it's the same roll. So
Yeah.
that's a 9.
Let's see. I'm assuming, yeah, he's not convinced. But maybe some of the others are. You don't know.
Cool.
That was him. You hear more shouting and running from below.
So did she respond or she doesn't respond to what?
It hasn't her turn yet.
Oh, sorry.
So yeah, you hear clattering and see more people running upstairs. You see an old man in the hallway sort of rise up and just kind of look at everything going on and sort of shake his head. You see Ume sort of looks up at Jagoro, and she is not even acknowledging your existence. I am so sorry, Rumiko, but she is not acknowledging your existence. She's not responding to you. She is like, "My lord, would you please help me to escape this dangerous situation?" And she's like, kind of pushing him to his feet a little bit, but making it seem like, very much helping her. Roll an insight, Rumiko, because you were watching her. Yeah, there's a fight.
We're rolling terribly.
Yeah, this guy is gonna try and grab you again and kick you. This samurai. He gets a 20 total to grapple you.
Yeah, solid. Actually, wait, I can think that. Yeah, let me just try. Fuck, I'm rolling terrible.
And he's gonna try and kick you to the ground, and he's going to look at Hanbei and he says, "What are you waiting for? Execute this foul demon." He's gonna kick you, and you are going to take some bludgeoning damage. Gonna take 3 points of bludgeoning damage as he goes to try and shove you to the ground.
Absolutely, she goes down on the one knee.
And Jagoro is going to, pull. He's going to get to his feet and sort of help Ume up. He's going to try and, push her behind him and usher her out a little bit. I'm going to say they can't get very far. It's crowded and they were prone, but we can probably get her, right about here. And I'm going to say, Koga, give me a perception check. Actually, never mind. Don't do that. It did not matter for you. It is your turn, however.
So I will continue. So I'll just restrain this person that I have grappled.
Yeah.
As an action.
Yeah.
Does he seem to continuously be trying to make an effort at Rumiko?
Yeah. So give me, if you want to fully restrain him, give me another a grapple check.
Okay. This I get to roll with advantage. And then I get to add a d8.
Yeah.
22.
You managed to wrestle him into to the ground and sort of pin him down.
And as a free action, I'll just say to him to calm down while we get to the bottom of this.
I mean, he's not calmed down, but he's also not really in a position to do anything about it.
Correct.
So we're gonna move on to Hanbei.
Hanbei's gonna look down at Rumiko now restrained, and I can see him standing like holding her down, and I'm gonna tell the samurai who's holding her, I cannot. She's under orders of the Shogun as well. And then I'll not point at her with him with the sword, but I will point just with my finger, and I will command again. You must release her.
Okay, 10. Let's see how. Natural 20. He's not letting her go. He's gonna look at you, sort of like with shocked disbelief. Yeah, he's not gonna let go.
Okay. I will then turn over to Kudo. Go with Ume.
Oh, Kudo's already planning on it.
Yeah, I'm not going to do anything else with that. I'll burn the spell slot because I used it, but I'm not going to take any attacks or anything.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out how to get out of this.
Yeah.
That's it.
You might have to wait a little bit, but yeah, this is interesting. Guy to the south is just kind of gonna sort of he doesn't want to do anything, but he's just gonna kind of like take a step closer and ready his stick, now that the command is gone, to hit Rumiko if she does anything, but he doesn't want to do anything too much because you're a samurai with a sword out. See, guy to the south. It's gonna like usher up and Ume, allow me to help you, and throw his arm around her and start, sort of giving her assistance. Kudo, and taking her a little bit farther out. Yeah.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 30, 40. So I'd be able to get there if it's not totally blocked off.
Where can you get?
Right there.
Yeah, I will say you can get there. Or next to, yeah.
Yeah, I'm basically following Umi.
And what is your passive perception?
Perception 3. So 13.
Okay, you catch a glimpse at the bottom of the stairs. Oof, you know what? I'm gonna have to have you roll perception too. Can you roll that?
Yeah.
And this will tell you how much information you get. you see a figure at the bottom of the stairs.
Okay. Plus 3. Okay. Hey, I get all the information naturally.
You see a figure at the bottom of the stairs, and it's not the face that you recognize at first, it's the expression.
Okay.
You see the same expression that you saw on the face of the woman looking at the fire that she started. The woman wearing Akiko's kimono. You see that same expression on the face of a man, a samurai with huge dark eyebrows and unbound black hair, standing at the bottom of the stairs, hearing the shouts of assassin and someone attacking Ume. And then you realize that face, those eyebrows, that hair is a disguise, because underneath is the face. The face is the same. Underneath that and the false beard, the face is the same as that of the woman who attacked, or who you saw staring at the fire.
Okay. And how far away is the bottom of the stairs from me? Because I can still dash.
30 feet. 30
Okay.
feet.
I'm gonna dash as my bonus then, and I want to get in right up to the samurai looking dude with my quarterstaff raised, and I'm making sure that I'm positioned in between where Omi is and
Ume is at the top of the stairs. This samurai below.
So like if she comes down, he can't.
You're between. Yeah.
Without going through me.
Yeah, you are between them.
And then as a free action, I'll yell up the stairs. Omi, stay there. It's not safe at the bottom yet.
Okay, give me a persuasion check with disadvantage, because she just got attacked by your companion at the top of the stairs. So
I know she doesn't trust me at all.
Yeah, so give me a...
Okay, persuasion is +0. And you said disadvantage, so it will be a 14.
Okay.
I got it. The other one was a 19.
Yeah, that probably would have done it, but this is not quite enough. But yeah.
It's probably at least enough to make her hesitate.
Yeah, it is enough to make her hesitate.
Which I'm hoping for. Because I want to take care of this before she makes it down the steps.
Yep. All right, so that is what you do, Rumiko.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hopefully one of my companions could hear me shouting.
I mean, they can hear you shout that, but I don't know if they're going to know anything else. That'll be up to them. If they're going to put anything together based on that, that'll be up to them.
Yeah, super. So, Rumiko, who's like, she's grappled by
guy in black to your left.
Absolutely. So she's
and the guy to your south is
ready
in action to smack at you if you try anything.
Absolutely. So she's like down on one knee. I'm guessing her other arm is like sort of bent like this, and she inhales and exhales, just relaxing her body as like the blood drips down onto the mat in front of her as she does action surge, and that is it. Not action surge. What's it called?
Second wind?
Second wind.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Go for it.
Good, good.
That is it. 10 plus 4. So she gets 6 back. She just like relaxes her muscles, but there's still the pain in her like shoulder and the wrist that he's actually holding. I'm assuming just like increases. She's finished.
Okay. Oh boy, Ginda is going to turn and start heading. I will bring the Shogun's own guards. Stay here. If you have any honor at all. 10, 15, 20, 25. He's gonna see Rumiko and Hanbei. Give me perception checks, and I'm gonna say you actually, if you were looking back at Ume at all, Kudo, I'm going to say you noticed this too, without having to make a perception check, because I think you were looking in that direction. Rumiko?
Perception. Hold on a second. She does.
Yeah, okay, you don't notice this, as you are just trying to focus and center yourself.
Absolutely.
Hanbei, looking out, you see Ginda looking at something at the bottom of the stairs, go white as a sheet. And Kudo, you see Ginda see the person at the bottom of the stairs and go white as a sheet.
Mhm.
And that is Ginda's turn. The guard down there is just gonna yell to is just gonna kind of stand ready there, sort of shoving people out of the way, roaring for people to get out of the tea house. Oh, poor Obakoko. Guy's gonna do the same thing. Ume is going to sort of shake her head and sort of continue proceeding down the stairs, but she's not going to go all the way to the bottom. Don't have. And this, we're going to say you're at the bottom of the stairs, but it's more distance, Kudo, than there actually is.
Yeah.
So, and at the bottom of the stairs, and the rest of you guys can't see this, so I didn't put it on the map yet, but I think I probably should now. Where is okay, hang on. My assets. Come on, come on, come on. Eh. There.
Oh no.
Hey, on the other hand, the DM's bailing you out a little bit.
Ooh. What the?
That's not quite what you see, but it is what you will eventually see. I wanted to do a more dramatic reveal, but I don't have the... I didn't expect you to see that. I didn't expect this to go this way, so I didn't have the appropriate token for this one prepared. Expected you to just run into that. But Ian slashed someone's stomach. That samurai is going to be sort of solicitously ushering Ume down. You
Now,
see the old man.
Now, is the guy in gold, is that the samurai I see, or is the new token that I have?
The new token is the one that you see. The guy in gold is standing at the bottom of the stairs, just ordering everyone out of the tea house.
Then I would probably be right there.
Well, you don't quite have the movement. So, on your turn, yeah.
Yeah.
And Jogoro is going to be coming down, trying to push past everyone else to get, near Ume and protect her. And yeah, Koga.
Okay. I mean, Koga. Oh.
Okay.
Static, static, static.
I think I fixed it. Hey.
Yeah, there we go.
Koga still has no idea what's going on, so he's just going to continue restraining. But I will do non-lethal damage to this guy and start to put him to sleep.
Okay, yeah. Give me
So,
non-lethal then.
To
Choke him out.
roll that with advantage. So that's going to be an 8 to hit. Oh, sorry, 9 to hit, I guess.
Yeah, not like you're still holding on to him. He still can't get anywhere, but you don't have enough of a good grip on him to like start choking him to sleep.
Yeah. And then that will be... Oh, and then I will attempt a... Not very persuasive, but I'll attempt a persuasion check. Just to see if I can get this guy to calm down. 9. Nothing.
Yeah, he's not calming down.
Yeah, I'll just keep putting him to sleep.
Why are you
Because I don't know
grabbing
what's going on.
But he's not able to do anything. So, Wanbei.
I know that the guy over there is. He didn't shout anything, did he?
No, you just
just-
saw him go white as a sheet. You saw him. You saw him stay. He was going to go bring the Shogun's guards, and start like bouncing out of the room, and then you saw him look at something at the bottom of the stairs and go white as a sheet. And you don't know what he saw, but he is scared.
And remember, if you choose, you could have heard me shout at Obi to Omni to stay up the steps because it wasn't safe at the bottom yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Is Rumiko restrained still? Or did you break out of that?
No, I'm still restrained. All right, Jill?
Yeah. He's got you grappled.
I'm gonna look over at Koga. I kind of like look over at what's going on out there, hearing the shouts, and kind of like start to take a step in that direction and look back to Koga. You handle this! And I'm gonna run over here.
Oh, so.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What can I see kind of from here without dashing?
You can glimpse a figure that you don't recognize at the bottom of the stairs. That
Okay.
Kudo seems to have some hostile body language towards, and but you can't really make them out very clearly, and that's about it. You
Yeah,
see
and the whole stairway is crowded.
You see a bunch. Yeah, the stairway is. You would have to shove people out of the way if you were going to get to the bottom of the stairs.
Okay, I'm not gonna dash. I'm just gonna stay there at the top. Where's the door to this room? Is it this square?
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
Now it's hopelessly busted open. By the way, there's a
yeah.
big hole in it.
So do I have line of sight with Koga? Or do I have to kind of step back?
You can see Koga back there.
Okay. Alright, I would like to try to like get eye contact and just kind of like point at the stairs like something's going on.
Yeah, also you might remember here and here also kind of slide open and lead to discreet. Well, this will lead out into this area in the hallway, and this one will lead into like a back staircase area.
Okay. Yeah, I think I just want to get that information to Koga And Rumiko, I presume, can see me pretty easily as well.
Yeah.
So, but I think because of what's happened, I'm not in character. I'm not in a hurry to necessarily free Rumiko after that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, so yeah, I'm gonna go over to the stairs, see that, kind of communicate that back with more non-verbal language, and that will be my turn.
Yeah. Seeing that the scary samurai guy is gone, the guard to the south is going to just kind of, he's going to shift up. He's going to grab one attack. He's going to try and grab Rumiko. For a 13 to hit. I'm assuming he can't grab you. Well, actually, that'd be an opposed grapple. So 11.
So what do I need?
To fend off the second guy trying to grab you, you need to.
Athletics.
Yeah. Yeah. So you
Oh,
kind of
now it
slap
rolls.
his hand away.
Yeah.
But then he's going to raise his stick and try and crack you with it. For a 16 to hit.
Yeah, that's a solid hit.
Let's make sure. Yeah.
Yeah, as she like slaps his hand away, she leaves herself open with the other hand for like a hard crack.
Yeah. Oh, and that is going to be a 7 points of bludgeoning damage as he just smacks you right in the ribs with that staff.
Yeah, she coughs up blood as she.
And Samurai Dude is going to continue holding you and level a kick, like at your other knee, but he's going to miss. Not in the best position. Kudo at the bottom of the stairs, seeing this figure that you alone recognize under the disguise, maybe that you alone would recognize in any case.
Okay. So, as free action, I'm gonna shout up towards my companions, and I'm shouting at the demon lady. Stop, demon woman! You shall not have on me. Then my movement, I'm getting right up into melee.
Yeah, you're going to need to move 10 feet
Yeah.
because they're stairs.
Let's put my guy there.
Yeah. You're in melee.
Yep. And I am gonna do quarterstaff and then flurry of blows.
All right.
So 13 for the quarterstaff, 19 and 16.
Those will all hit.
Okay, the quarterstaff is a 1d6 plus 2. So 3 damage for the quarterstaff,
Okay.
and then I have to look at another strike. 1d4. That's why. So 4 damage for the second and 5 for the third.
All right. You crack this samurai-looking fellow across the. Wasn't quite expecting this. Across the stomach, and then you land 2 quick blows to the arm and chest, and he sort of staggers back, but you know he's a she.
And I'll use my movement, rest of my movement, to keep in between the stick
And then as much as you,
and the samurai as
as
much
as
as
you
possible.
can. Yeah. I understand you are doing that as much as you can. Let me check something. Drag
And
that
now,
into
how
place.
many years where I just shouted, so.
Yeah. And yeah, everyone hears what you shouted, including Rumiko, whose turn it is, getting beaten on.
Beaten to death slowly. Sorry, I missed that. I was thinking like, what did I hear that you shouted at?
I told the demon woman to stop up and that they shall not have Omi.
Yeah, you just heard probably your companion, like whatever you think you heard. Like it was
Yeah.
loud enough, but if your ears are ringing, then your ears are
They're
ringing.
definitely ringing. But anyway, what she was going to say actually now anyway was as she gets cracked again with this by this guy, knowing full well that she's getting beaten to death slowly, and she's of no use to the emperor, the shogun, in this state. The last thing that she says is she says, Hanbei and Kuda will need your help, she says. And she's going to try and break this grapple from this guy.
Okay.
So would I go again athletics, right?
Yeah.
Okay, come on, roll good, man.
Come on.
Come on.
She gets, that was a 14.
Yep. He gets a 14 too. Aggressor wins. You bust free of his hold as he's sort of
Super.
like, as this, you're cracked across the skull. Your body lurches just enough, pulling him off
Absolutely.
balance too, that you can twist and wrench yourself
Her
free.
Her blade is drawn on as a free action.
Yeah.
She wants to use an action surge.
Okay.
So an action surge. Would I be able to move with an action surge?
You can move with your movement, but you can also move with your action surge. Yeah.
So I want to use all of that, everything, all of it. So what she's going to do is through this here, this door is probably busted through.
Yeah.
So
The
they
door
get
is no impediment to anyone.
I guess they get attacks of opportunity as she moves.
Yeah.
Well, can you
this direction.
disengage with the action surge and then
Yeah, you
still
could.
dash?
Ooh.
Go
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
Go out the secret staircase. The
Oh,
one
what
we were
ways-
showing
I mean,
you.
they're in between her and the secret staircase.
Ah,
So I won't be. But do I even know the secret? The,
Oh, we explored all
You
these
were
rooms
brought in
before,
through
didn't
the
we?
one, yeah. You were brought in
Mhm.
Yeah,
through
of course,
right
of course.
over.
But if I disengage, don't I still? They just don't get an attack because I disengage and
Mhm.
move.
Yeah, they don't get attacks of opportunity if you disengage.
Great, she does that. She disengages and she's going to go do a full movement in this direction here.
You should be
That's
able to
it. That's all she does.
do token. Yeah.
How far?
I don't think you can just move through an enemy like that. So you'd
you
have
can't
to
do that?
either use extra movement to try and go around him and bust through into the hallway that way. Or
So what would
bust-
that be? 5, 10.
You'd have to go kind of like down to the side and just try and push through the wall.
Yeah. Because there is. Yeah, she does that. She tries that.
Yeah.
So that is 1, 2, 5, 10, 15. Can I go further?
Yeah, you can. I will say, just give me an athletics check to make sure you don't completely like.
Is that kind of the flow of what you're doing?
Yeah, yeah, that's what he's doing. I think.
She does
Yeah,
that.
you get through. You bust through. You've got probably 15 more feet of movement. In the
Absolutely. So
hallway.
as she's running, she just just leaps up towards this paper thing as she slices her knees up to her chest, slices through as the blade is the last thing that is actually seen as she as she lands on the outside of this torn paper that she dives through, and she sprints in one of the directions that she can see, because this actually what I see doesn't even make sense. Am I looking at a roof, or what is this?
That part isn't just like you are in. It is a roof, but underneath the roof. I didn't anticipate needing that
Sorry.
area of the building, so you're in a little hallway that goes 2 squares to the left and then curves towards like back around towards another staircase.
Absolutely, her shoulder smashes into into the side of the wall as she sprints in that direction, which would be, I guess, that way.
Yeah.
Even though you won't let me go there.
One more to the left. Nope, not left. Like right. Sorry.
To the right.
Yeah.
To
You
that
wouldn't think
one.
I'm getting right and left mixed up, but.
And that's it. That's the end of her movement. That's the end of her actions.
Okay, yeah. And now the disguised samurai at the bottom of the stairs, having been hit and recognized by someone she does not recognize, is going to pull out a dagger and slash at you, Kudo, with a critical miss. Just completely caught off guard. That makes sense. And is also going to like reach out
no.
and try and touch you and you see this weird dark flame around this woman's hand, and you're not sure if it's something you're really seeing or if it's something you sense, because you are a monk and attuned to the other world. But that is going to be only a 10 to hit.
Miss.
Yeah. And you recoil from this blow.
I actually do like the Neo Matrix, where he just bends backwards as it goes over his head.
Yeah. No, because you're a little bit on the stairs, so you'd be like jumping and doing the splits, like
That
Jean-Claude
would-
Van Damme over the top of the strike.
Very
But
crouching
yeah,
tiger,
you are
hidden
very
dragon.
quick and agile, and you can avoid the attack. Both attacks fail to strike you, and we are back to Ginda, and he shouts, "In the name of the Shogun, stop! Again, everyone stop! How dare you!" And yeah. The guy at the bottom of the stairs sees you two going at it, and he's gonna try and like shove himself between you and shove you both towards the door. So he's gonna make an attack on each of you, just push attack. He doesn't quite know what's going on. That'll hit that one. He's gonna knock this guy 5 feet back and prone, and now he's gonna try and do the same to you. Kudo, 20 to hit.
That will hit.
Yeah. He's gonna elect to push you 5 feet and knock you prone, rather than do damage. And he's gonna try and get between you. Like, he just thinks this is more brawling, and he's yelling, "Out! Out!" And brandishing his stick. Guy's also shoving people out. Ume is gonna be making her way down the stairs. 5, 10, 15.
Oh, if it's not too late, I forgot on my class features, I can select 2 things because I have it flurry of blows.
If it's like you get information, yes. If it's something that would be like a combat effect, that's already happened, so we'd have to go way back.
Yeah, it's a condition based on the hit.
No, then I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Next time.
Yep. Okay, yeah, none of the options are for information.
Yeah.
Gotta remember that feature.
Yeah. I'm sorry, man. I've done that. Like, you want to know what's really the most frustrating thing to me was one time we were fighting. This low level, I was on death's door. I just leveled up to get the catch arrows.
Yeah.
I got hit by an arrow, and my monk forgot to do the catch arrow, and it would have stopped the arrow and stopped me from going down. So it hit me, and I went down. I was so mad at myself when I remembered. Yeah, I know. At least this is just like one like extra thing you forgot to do.
Yeah.
You're not down or
Well,
anything.
actually 2, but it's on each of the flurry of blow hits. But
20.
that's okay.
um,
The guy took care of one of them. I was gonna knock the samurai prone and make it not able to take reactions.
well, prone, but not unable to take reactions necessarily.
So next turn.
Yeah, Ume is fleeing. This guy is going to chase after you and try and grab you. Hermiko, but you're actually 13. You're up and resisting now with sword out, so give me an athletics. He's just trying to tackle you.
So I just want to say this fucking grappling's killing me, man.
He can't do anything else.
No, but that's great. It's
That's what my whole build is grappling. So I'm loving
man,
it.
you must be deadly then, man. I'm telling you.
I'm brutal.
She does a 6 and she's going to use her last luck because there's no way I want to get grappled. So it's athletics.
Can't roll worse.
Yeah,
Hey,
right?
yeah, no.
Yeah, she as he sort of like grabs onto the back of her shoulder, she just like spins it round, locking his arm and then releasing it.
Well,
I had a quick question though. Sorry, I know it's not my turn. Just a quick question, just with. No, I'll ask on my own turn. It's just to see where I
Doug-
am. But I guess it's just oriented.
That guy's just gonna start making his way down the stairs. 5, 10, 15, 20. He's an old guy, so that's as far as he can get. Jagoro is going to be running adroitly, like, I'm protecting Ume. And Koga, back to you.
Okay. Okay. I'm trying really hard to well, I won't tell you what I'm trying hard not to do because I'm just going to do it. So this guy that's south of me,
Yeah.
is moving to engage with me.
No, not really.
Okay.
He was trying to beat Rumiko to death. Or
Okay.
at least bloody unconsciousness.
So I'm going to do something that's very on brand for my character, because this is what I do. I'm going to let go of the grapple, and
Right.
I will move towards Hanbei. Because this guy south of me isn't.
Yeah, you can shoulder him aside, I think.
So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's that? 30 speed.
Should be 6 if you're 30 feet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll move 6. So I'm standing right next to Gendo, correct?
Yeah, Genda. You're right by Genda.
Genda,
You're
yeah.
in the
So I'm going to say to Genda quietly, just so that only he and Hanbei can hear. Oh, and I guess this guy next to me, next to him in the blue. I'm going to say, I'm going to say, was all of this for Goshen? Or was all of this for Goshen, for his honor? And I want to see what he says, or what he does.
Give me an insight check.
Oh, okay, you talked me into it. I'll add a D8 to that as well.
You just see confusion.
18.
Like shock, confusion, shame, outrage all flash through his face, but it kind of ends back on confusion.
Okay. That's my turn. Well, actually, that's not true. So if I get to there, I can't see that demon from here, can I? Or sorry, the samurai that's engaged with them.
No, you see, like, you see a very old daimyo in fine clothing, leaning on a cane, trying to like slowly make his way out of the building. You see the tail end of Ume's kimono, which, oops, was covered in blood.
Mm-hmm.
You see your companion prone on the ground with a thug kind of shoving everyone who doesn't look extremely wealthy and important around and ordering them out. And you see like a leg of some guy sort of who is also probably knocked around by that thug, that guard for the tea house on the ground, and that is what you see.
Okay. And then I will action surge.
Cool.
And so I guess I'll make that comment in passing as I go past Genda, and I will look him in the eyes as I walk past and tell him, we will talk more later, Genda. And I will 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm here. I guess I can see more into the room.
Yeah. You can see everything.
Okay. And this samurai-esque guy/girl actively hostile towards Kuro?
Hard to say because you didn't actually see them fighting.
Okay.
So...
But this person that's in front of Kuro is actively hostile towards Kuro.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not the guy in
guess...
gray. The guy in gray is a man older than you are.
No, not him. So I guess I would move in, and I would at least, or I could just call out to Kuro and ask him if he's okay.
Fine. The other one on the ground. Demon merman. Fire.
I'm gonna say you can get out. Find the other one.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, that's not metagaming. So I'll move, and I will move to engage. So I will I'll use my bonus action. Oh, I can do it here, I guess.
I think, let's see, so you moved, you use your action to dash, and then you action surge, so you still have an action and a bonus action.
Yeah. So I will bonus action throw a knife at this other one.
The prone one or the yellow one?
The prone one.
Okay.
Come on, baby.
You're smart enough to understand what was meant.
Okay, so 22 to hit.
Yep, because prone. That cancels out. You hit.
I like it. So we're going to do.
Oh, hold on. Roll again. And
No, it would be disadvantage for prone, but or because
Oh,
ranged weapon
okay.
within 5 feet, but then advantage because of prone, so it cancels out.
Yeah,
That's
so that's going to be 8 piercing damage.
Yep. You hit. You see blood welling around this man's shoulder, and you kind of notice that his beard is starting to fall off his face.
Okay. And then. Oh, and I can add my superiority dice. Last one for the day. 2 extra damage.
Okay, thank you for making my math easier.
And then I will. And then I'll make an unarmed strike as my standard action.
Sure.
Oh, actually, I could just throw another dagger as a standard action. So I'll just do that. I'll throw another.
Sure.
Daggers do more damage. 19 to hit.
Yep.
7 piercing damage.
Yeah, other shoulder, and you hear an unearthly howl. of
Good.
pain.
She knows I am here. That is my entire turn.
Right. Guy up there that you let go is gonna start running. He's gonna get up. He's prone, so 15 feet, 5, 10, 15. That's as far as he can get. I guess he could action dash and get up on you, but he can't do anything else. So yeah. Yeah, that's yelling angrily. Hanbei.
The guy in the white has been shouting about the Shogun over and over, right?
Yeah. And
Okay.
you heard what Koga said to him.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna kind of shove past him, making sure I don't like hit him with my blade or anything because I'm carrying a drawn sword.
Yeah, you
but
can shoulder past him. You are
yeah.
bigger and stronger and younger and in armor.
As I do,
And I can't stress enough, you are in armor.
Yeah, I'm gonna just mutter to him, "We're all sent from the Shogun, you idiot," and I'm just gonna keep moving down the stairs. And as I get down here, I can see what's going on with the. I am hesitant to call it the girl. Like, do I know that at this point?
You saw your companion. You saw Kudo fighting with this person at the bottom of the stairs, and then you saw them both get smacked by the tea house's guard, and then you saw Koga throwing daggers at a prone figure, and you see those daggers in that figure down there.
Okay.
He did.
And it looks like a samurai to you, but that's depending on what your passive perception is, you may or may not notice that the beard and hair are a little bit skewed.
Yeah, it's a 14, and
You did know. Oh, at one point I shouted about a demon.
Yeah, that's exactly why he's coming down.
Yeah,
He's like
yeah.
descending the stairs and then kind of blade up at the ready. And I want to kind of scatter everybody if I can. And as I descend the final steps, I almost like to think of it in slow motion. But I would like to use my Oath of Conquest Channel Divinity to issue a conquering presence and force all of them to be frightened if possible. So I'll post this, and that will be a wisdom of 10 to make everybody down here within 30 feet of me except for my 2 allies, because Rumiko is not in the vicinity. But I just want everybody to be afraid of me, because at this point I don't really know who's who. So that's going to be... I'll put the radius thing in if you need 30 feet.
So the daimyo is terrified. He's terrified. Ginda is also very afraid. The samurai that guy isn't afraid because he wasn't really looking at you. He was staring in the direction of the commotion in the room up there.
Sure.
Uh, see. Jagoro isn't afraid because probably because he also doesn't really have a good look on you, and he's focusing on Ume. Ume's definitely not afraid. She's just like still playing her part. I don't think the thug has a wisdom bonus, so he is afraid. So the guy in yellow who is whapping your companion is afraid. The guy on the ground is not afraid at all. Unsurprisingly. Very thematically appropriate.
Okay, perfect. So that's an action. So I'm going to take my movements to come down. Can I push past the people and kind of, I want to basically get up next to it?
I will say you got an old man there who is frightened of you. It is not impediment.
Okay. Yeah, if I can get into range and then that's all I'm going to do.
Yeah,
Alright.
there you are.
Actually, I do have a bonus action that I would like to do, if I can. Because I can tell that this is the demon now, right? Or
You
if not, then if I can't tell it, clearly, I'm gonna do it later.
You can probably tell that, like, you heard your companions. You saw both of your companions fighting this guy on the ground, attempting to kill him, and you heard probably, you heard fine. The other one, demon.
Okay. Okay, that's my turn then.
Yeah. Okay. And these guys are just getting in each other's way, can't reach you. Wants to, though. This guy is also going to come up here and get in the way. And Kudo on the ground.
Okay. How is this thug that's in between me and the demon position? Is he like legs spread out or solid?
He's just standing between the two of you, like, he's
Just-
like fighting, and he shoved you both out of the way and got between you. So he's kind of like standing there, interposing himself between you like a bouncer.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure because it's getting so crowded. I'm trying to think of space.
I mean, you can go, like, this area is down here. You could go around him. He's not big enough to stop.
Okay, so
Technically, you're actually in an entirely different area now that you're on the ground floor, but I'm not going to move everything over because it's getting late.
Bonnie will put me there, and that's half my movement. And
Half your movement to stand up, and then you've got, you can, like, and then you could go 5, 10, 15 here, probably.
I can go 20 my speed as a monk is
40, okay, yeah, then you can get there.
and I'm gonna bring my quarterstaff down and do flurry of blows again.
You have advantage because he's still prone. She's still prone.
Let's
So everything will be at advantage.
two. Nat 20 for the first one. Thank you, advantage. 19 for the second, and 13 for the third.
All right, give me the crit damage first.
Okay, so that is 26 plus 2. So that will be 6. Double will be
Like, roll 2d6 and then add your modifier.
okay. So 2d6. That's better. 10. and total.
Yeah, this. I think that you see, you crack your quarterstaff down on the skull of this disguised woman. Uh, and as you do, you feel like the skull just give, and you sort of start grinning, thinking that you have won. And as you hear the skull crack, you feel this. You can only describe it as evil well up from the dead body, and the skin starts to blacken and crackle and flake away. And I guess I will be moving everyone because this is kind of important. You know what? No, I won't move you, but I'll show you what's going to start happening. And as that flakes away, you see the image before you. You see rising from this blackened body, burned and consumed inside out, with the evil karma of hatred. You see, this rising up out of the body, wreathed in flames.
Okay,
And
now this
it
is
starts to catch on fire a little bit.
this is an interesting question because it's technically not the same creature.
And that is what the image is going to look like shortly if you don't stop this. As things start to catch on fire around it. I will let you use those same attack rolls, but if you rolled them with advantage, just take the first one you rolled. Because it's no longer prone.
Okay, unfortunately, the roller I have doesn't keep track of the rolls. So
I
like
thought you
the second one, I know I hit, but
Okay.
the last one was a 13, if I remember right.
Yeah, that's gonna miss.
Okay.
I think. Oh, no, wait, 13 hits. Okay, 13 hits.
So 1d4. So 3 damage and 5. So 8 total between both.
Okay.
And I'm gonna impose my conditions. It's no reactions and
What are you using to impose? Can you link those because it's immune to quite a few conditions?
it's way of open hand, it's racial. When you hit with a flurry of blows attack, you can impose one of the following conditions. Target makes a dex save or be knocked prone. Target makes strength saving throw or be pushed 15 feet away from you, or it can't take reactions until your next turn.
So no save on the no reactions. Okay. No reactions for it.
Yep, and I hit. Yeah, because I only hit with one of the flurry of blows. So,
No, you hit with both.
no, the quarter staff was the critical.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So just no reactions till my next turn.
All right. As you see that, you do not see that, Rumiko, but it is your turn. There is
Absolutely.
a man behind you that is unarmed but tried to grab you.
Yeah, how does that work with if I'm armed and he's unarmed, do I get any there's no advantage on that, right?
No advantage, but you're gonna do a lot more damage if you hit him.
Yeah. Absolutely. So in this, is it a corridor so I can see where I sort of am? I'm moving towards the right. I have no idea where the rest of these guys are.
Yeah, you
But,
can't really tell where anyone else is, but you have been through this corridor, and you know if you continue down the stairs, you'll kind of come out into a lower back hallway. Like, if you just go down, you'll come out kind of here.
Super.
'cause they go-
If she dashes, well, how does that work? There's that opportunity attack, or how does that go?
Yeah, they'd get an opportunity attack, but it won't be.
Yeah, okay, great. So she does that. She dashes as bloodlight is stinging into her eyes and she feels the pain in her joints. She is going to dash forward, dash out.
You can get here with 30 and then 35. Yeah, you can get here to the bottom of the stairs with 30. And he missed you. He tried to grab you, but you were much too fast for him.
Absolutely, that's her plan. As she gets to the stairs and she just she leaping down, almost like clicking that ankle. As she's like taking like 5 steps at a time.
Yeah.
She's done.
You have 34 feet of movement left with action surge.
I've already used my action surge.
No, I mean you have 30 feet left. It took you 30. Yeah.
To get to there.
To dash,
Oh,
you got
she's-
an extra 30.
Definitely going to move more. So the question is, where's the nearest exit from where she is at the present moment?
You could to the entire building.
To
Like-
where she is from if she has an understanding of
You could go like what you see 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 to get you here, I think.
Yeah, she does that. So that means as she rounds this corner, actually she stops right there, forgetting those last bit of movement, taking in everything that she sees. I wish I could pin, but in front of her face.
Yep.
She's done.
And
So I'm seeing this. Sorry. So just to be clear, I'm guessing that. Could you refresh what she does actually see, just as a?
you
That's possible.
see in the very back Jagoro ushering like half carrying Ume out of the building, like his arm around her, supporting her. She's leaning on him, still incredibly unearthly beautiful and graceful. You see an elderly daimyo trying to get out as quickly as he can. Even more so now, you see your companions wailing on, fighting a demon. You see a fiery demon that is starting to light the inn on fire. You see patrons, most of them have been ejected by now, but there's still some making their way down and out and running, and panic is spreading. You see a guy with a stick staring wide-eyed at this demonic figure, and all hell's
Okay,
breaking
good.
loose.
Okay.
And you
so-
might, as you barrel down the stairs, have noticed Obakoko like screaming in rage and fury and fear, and Nui like gazing at you with absolute terror in her eyes.
Yes. Okay, absolutely. Yeah, she's gonna be heading directly into the midst of to help her comrades, for sure. Of course, she's done.
Oh, there you go. Demon's turn. Going to hiss furiously at those who've been attacking it the most, which will be Kudo and Koga. So Kudo, I'm assuming a 8 does not hit you.
Nope.
Yeah, you matrix lean back out of the way. And I guess it was not prepared to be shifting forms like this because I'm assuming a 10 does not hit you. Koga.
That'll miss.
Yeah. And in the interest of time, we're gonna basically be ignoring these other guys they're just gonna say they're like running, panicked. Ume not panicking, but they're gonna make their way out of the building on Yagoro's turn. So they will be out. And yeah. Hoga.
Okay, I'm going to take a step back and throw some daggers. Dagger time.
Okay, is it steps? Oh, no reactions. You're good.
No reactions.
That-
That's going to be a miss for the first one.
Yep, that's definitely gonna miss.
Second bonus action.
That'll hit.
Oh, sorry, bonus action. That's going to hit for 6 piercing damage.
Yep. Your blade sinks in.
That's me.
Yep. And Thug is. Let's gonna see. Actually, that's a different Thug, so we're ignoring them. And we are coming back to Hanbei.
Okay. Hanbei, as this thing kind of wreathes itself in flames and the daggers are flying and Kudo's punching at it, kicking at it, I'm just going to take a sweep of my blade down and try to cut it down.
Yeah.
And that is going to be a 12 to hit.
That misses, unfortunately.
Okay. I will. That's it. I don't know.
Wings aside like a snake. Okay. No
Wait,
bonus action.
does it go next, or what's? I don't think so.
No.
So yeah, my bonus action would be wasted if someone attacks it before. So yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay. So that Thug's also not doing anything. That guy's not doing anything. Kudo.
Okay. Okay, I think I know what I'm gonna do. I don't know how it would work given the setting, but because of my language I actually took Infernal.
Yeah, you are a monk. You would understand this thing. It's language.
So I am gonna use command on it and tell it to grovel,
Okay.
which basically puts them prone on and they can't really do anything on their turn if they fail the save.
What is? Yeah, it's not gonna fail that save.
It's a 13.
It is pure fury, roaring at you, cursing at.
We can always hope for a battle.
Yeah, cursing at Ume.
Okay. And then I will spend if the command
Graceful
doesn't
seducer of men,
do anything,
slave of my husband.
is my key point to do a patient defense.
Okay. And that brings us to Rumiko.
Super. So Rumiko can't attack because she's too far away, right?
Well, it's your turn, so you can, yeah.
Yeah, so what she does is she goes 5, 10, 15, 20. Oh, maybe I can.
You can
5,
probably get
10,
in
15,
range.
20. Super. So she sprints in, unless she gets to like maybe guess flavor wise 5 feet away. She like rolls on the floor, coming up two-handed as she slices between her two compadres at this demon that is before. And she does using a let me just do it first. Sorry, 2 seconds. She does. Boom.
That
She
hits.
does 23, and she would like to use the superiority die to trip this thing, make it prone.
Okay.
So that would be a 1d8. 1d8, I believe, is. Then that would be 5. So what would that be? 20, 25, 26. Is that added together, right? Or not?
You add the damage together, yeah. So 5 and 8, was it? 14? 13?
No, she has to do a this demon has to do a save, a strength save. Or
What's the
be
damage first?
yeah, the damage is, give me just 1 second. The damage on this blade is 8. So she slices down through this flame, two-handed, doing 8 damage to this creature if it can take that damage.
Yeah, it takes the damage, slices deep in, and your superiority dice does damage too, right?
And my superiority dice, give me just 1 second, does. Super. You hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can expend 1 superiority dice to do an attempt to knock the target off. So you add that. Okay, great. So she added 5, I guess, to my 23, unless you guys know different.
Okay.
And she's got to do a strength save of 28.
28? That doesn't sound...
It doesn't sound right, does it?
No.
What would you add it to? The add you superiority die to attacks.
What's your DC? What's your save?
Oh, it's
DC?
only my damage roll. I'm so sorry. She does 8, 9, 10, 11, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage. 13 damage with the blade. And then there's
Oh, okay, got it.
where would my DC be for my strength save?
I'm gonna say that given the dice I rolled, it's probably not gonna matter. So
No worries, absolutely.
one
So
with
she
the
just like
time
slices down as flame just off to the side, and she is finished.
this thing cannot strike at Koga, so it will strike once at you and once at Kudo. Kudo with disadvantage. First one was a crit, second one's a natural 1.
Oh,
So
dear.
misses you because of your Step of the Wind. Or not Step of the Wind, because of your patient defense. And now is going to try for, with its second attack, is going to try to hit Rumiko.
Can I use my reaction as she tries to attack my my companion using Sentinel? So as it goes to attack, even though it's going to attack me also, but as
Yeah.
it goes to attack, I will attack it with a 12.
That's going to miss.
Super, just off to the side.
It is going to be a 16 to hit you.
Absolute solid blow.
Yep. Well, let's see if it can. Let's see how much damage it does. 5 points of fire damage.
Super.
This thing's flaming claws reach out and rake across your chest. And we're ignoring them. They're running away. Let's see if this guy is brave or not. He is not. He is going to turn and run away. This thing has reactions. It's angry. It's going to take it at him. And miss. He's out the door. They're gone. But Jogoro is going to come dashing back in with the cudgel that he grabbed off of that guy. And he is going to try and hit the demon. And I think he does hit the demon. For 4 points of damage. As Jogoro, you see him come barreling back in, shouting at the cowardly guard, "Coward! death before dishonor, and comes in to try and hit him. And Koga, you gotta be. I think he had to leave.
Couple of daggers.
Yep.
That'll hit.
Yep.
5 piercing damage.
Yep. Starting to look.
Bonus action dagger.
Yep.
That's in that 20 pay.
Yeah. This demon is starting to get a lot of holes in it.
Let's roll 2d4. Oh, yucky. 8 total damage.
Yeah,
Don't you still add a strength to it though? Or no?
Yeah, so it's +2 and then another +2 from my throwing.
Oh, okay, got it.
So you see black ichor and smoke starting to pour out of the holes inside in this thing's body. And it is Humbe's turn.
Okay, I'm gonna slice at it also. And if a 10 doesn't hit,
Nope.
no, it's not. Yeah, that's all I can do. Shoot.
Are you able to add your channel affinity to it, which will give you +10?
I already used my channel affinity.
Oh, that's right, to make them scared.
Yeah, and then lay on hands is an action, so that's all. That's all. Okay. I'm just gonna be more like trying to keep the fire away, I guess, fending him off, but
Yeah.
not to any success with attacks.
Kudo, this is your turn.
Okay. So, I think I. Okay, I know. So, Kudo pulls out his holy E symbol, which is just an amulet. It says,
Yeah.
"In the name of the celestial emperor, you shall cease this madness." And you see it starts to glow like a golden and green ink, and kind of changing from gold or to
Awesome.
a jade
What are you
color.
casting?
Yep, and I'm
What-
casting Sacred Flame.
Oh, nice. Divine Flame. So what's the DC?
13.
Yeah, does not pass. So give me the damage.
And that will be 10 damage.
And this damage seems to burn into this thing much more deeply than any of your other strikes. And as this light radiates out from your image of the Buddha, and you say, "In the name of the celestial emperor, you will stop this," part of this thing's body just sort of withers away. And Rumiko.
Super. Can we move through each other's space or not?
Yeah,
Friendly
you
space.
You can.
Super. Yeah, she spins around the back as this happens of her compadre, and taking a new stance, she lunges forward with both arms, trying to plunge this into its side, and absolutely misses. As she just connects with nothing. She's done.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no go. And focusing entirely on the holy man that has done this horrible damage to it, the demon strikes out for a 22 to hit
That will hit.
and a miss on the second strike, but the first strike will deal 7 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And that will be its turn.
As it does that, I'd like to use a reaction.
Right, go for it. Yeah, Sentinel.
Yep, so super. She does. She misses with the first. And 17.
That hits.
Super. So misses with the first and then just brings it arcing down across the shoulder, doing
1.
12 damage.
And as you do, you slice this thing's head clean off of its withered and body. And it falls, and as it falls, the body stays this horrific, demonic, twisted form, withered and burned, but the head turns back into the face of the woman that Kudo first saw standing before the blaze that night.
Absolutely. And it's just the last thing I was going to say. As she does like a 360 on the last one and just cuts the head clean off in one movement, she sheaths her blade in the same to finish.
Nice. And you are out of combat.
Pick
And
up
in
the
trouble.
head. Because I think we're gonna have to go in front of the Shogun on this one.
I think so.
So I'm grabbing the head.
Yeah.
She
And
says, "Is it okay?"
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, she says, so as she does this, she looks down at the feet specifically towards the samurai and towards fuck, I want to say Goku, Kuga, and she says,
I'll allow Goku.
she says, "Forgive me for my methods. I know they were perhaps," and then she falls silent for a second, almost waiting for reaction.
Koga will just nod, but it's out of his hands, kind of, you know.
Absolutely,
Like,
absolutely.
this is not for him to make a comment on.
Kudo would just say your intentions were so it's not our place to forgive. However, regardless of consequences, be sure you forgive yourself.
She nods.
Yep, I'll say Koga goes to the bar, promptly puts the fire out and starts drinking, and I will give you the wrap up when you get back. Yeah, so Koga just nods,
Grazie.
goes to the bar, sees the good alcohol has been brought out because there's proper clients, starts drinking, and will avoid the rest of the consequences. But yeah, you slew the demon. This is probably a good thing that Rumiko got the killing blow.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
that went totally not as I had planned.
Especially if someone else outside of our group saw the killing blow.
Which they did.
Yeah.
There's this guy here, yeah.
Yeah. Jogoro saw, and interestingly enough, so did Genda, who is white as a sheet and shaking.
I'm actually gonna call to him. Come, help! And
He's barely able to keep his feet as he's walking down, shaking.
with assuming someone will help, I'm gonna try to carry either carry or drag the body of this demon to the outside of the establishment.
Yeah, Jogoro will help you with that if no one else
Yes.
will.
Rumiko for sure, absolutely.
Okay. So, what's the situation outside? As people pretty much dispersed?
The patrons have mostly run away. Some of them are still standing watching. A crowd of people are attending to Ume.
What
Jogoro
about?
is really hoping she saw how brave he was, running back in with a stick to fight a demon.
What about Oboku? Coco?
Yeah, but Obokoko saw, and she is just cursing and screaming, and she starts, and it gives way into tears, and she just goes over and she starts drinking, overwhelmed with Koga. Like they're like he gives her a look, and they're just like, yeah, and then they just start two old people drinking. You've had enough of this shit. And you see, just like round-eyed, mouth sort of hung open. You see from one of the windows. You see outside, but looking in through one of the windows, you see. You see Nui, but she is still. And then she kind of glares at Rumiko, even as she's like gaping. She sees Rumiko see her and she glares.
Absolutely. Rumiko sees that, but as she's placing down the rest of the body of this
Oh, and there are more guards coming, but it's taking a little bit.
Yeah, of this demon, she sends somebody to fetch the magistrate for this district.
Oh yeah, the magistrate will be coming, and it takes about 10 to 15 minutes, about 10 minutes, because everyone is rushing. But they heard the commotion, and they saw some flames before even anyone ran to get them. So they started leaving right away. And about 10 minutes later, as you have brought the demon's body outside and laid it on the ground before the shogun's most august official. And
given the time that we're waiting for them to show up, I would like to check on Omi and make sure she's fine.
Oh, Ume was spirited away by her admirers immediately. You could not get through the press of that crowd. She has been, like, they summoned a kago for her and they carried her off in the litter, just surrounded by a huge press of people.
Hanbei would like to try to see to the establishment, make sure that there's no active flames that haven't been put out, and he'd probably
the area, like the left side of the bar and the entrance hall, are damaged by fire and smoke, and there's like some smoke in like the main dining area, but you defeated the demon quickly enough that nothing that the building itself was not compromised, and when it died, you were able to bat the flames out.
Okay.
And as you have come back out from inspecting that, you see the magistrate's officials shoving people out of the way and like forcibly making way, and they are also armed. And he comes and looks at you. What happened here? Explain now.
To me?
To all of you.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Hanbei will drop down into kind of the most like respectful, like full-on bow on the ground to them, and will begin to explain the cause of the fires of Edo. We have found out why and dealt with it under the orders of the shogun himself. And without making any eye contact, just kind of like bowing down, he was going to rattle that off. And just behind him is the body, the headless body of the demon itself, just laying there as evidence.
And it is clearly a demon's body. So he will look at that and he will say, for a second, like he seems nonplussed, like he doesn't have any words, but then he will look and he will actually bow to you in turn. You have done heroic service in the name of the Shogun. It is not every man who can face a demon, even if he faces death in battle without flinching. If you have saved Edo from the fires, then you have my gratitude and will have the Shogun's favor. He looks at the body. Do you know what prompted the demon to act as it did?
Kudo almost hold up the head and kind of do a deep bow. Says, as I thought before my companions arrived, I, I, she, he spoke of Omi, a, a seducer of men.
And he looks at that head and he then turns and looks at Ginda. Is this not the head of your brother's wife? Suzu? And Ginda is white and shaking as a sheet, and he bows and he says, "Yes, my lord magistrate, gracious Bunzo, it is her, but I swear I knew nothing of this. I would never condone, never countenance, never would I try to hurt the great and gracious Ume. I did not know she was doing this. I would never light fires. I would have killed her myself had I known she was so corrupted." And he is completely prostrate. The magistrate looks at him and says, "That will be for the shogun to decide."
At this point, Hanbei, still prostrate and bowing, is gonna say, do we have the magistrate's name? Would we know that?
Yeah, Bunzo.
Bonzo. Magistrate Bonzo. It was not my blade that laid the killing blow, but Rumiko's. And I'll just kind of point over without, again, looking at anyone on motion.
Yeah, and he will say,
I request...
"You have all slain demons. You may rise in my presence."
I request that her life be spared for her actions from earlier, for in the heat of our investigation, her blade injured the geisha Ume. But this was an accident.
He will look at you all.
I'm still prostrate, not looking,
Yeah.
knowing that, like, first of all, this is like a big thing, and second, he's asking for it to be like hand waved.
Yeah. He nods. He looks at you all, and he's pauses a moment. He says, "I believe that may be granted to the slayer of a demon."
Hey.
And he motions for you to stand. "I am sure the Shogun will want to hear all the details of this investigation himself. It would be unseemly for that to take place this night. But in the meantime, you will stay at my house, at my manor. You will rest and be made presentable for the Shogun. I will summon a doctor to tend to your burns. And I will send him word."
Thank you, magistrate. And I will finally start to rise.
Yeah. You all solved the problem. You defeated the demon, or the woman that had become a demon, whose bad karma and hatred had.
So we were on the right track. It was just a matter of who the woman was.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you saw the person who started the fires.
That was spectacular.
Yeah, that was really great. Even though I was totally wrong with what I guessed, my calculation in the beginning, but that's still.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Is like, I was like, "Oh, okay, maybe Ume will open up." Oh, yay!
She kind of
Guys,
did
I'm
open
so
up.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, she opened up real
Oh.
good before I healed her.
Yeah. And
Oh my
man,
God.
if you had killed Ume, even if you killed the demon too, that probably would have been, we'll let you commit seppuku for that,
Oh my gosh.
rather
Goodness.
than dishonorably. Thank you.
But apart from my nonsense, guys, absolutely super fantastic, great game.
Oh,
Jill, as always, in great playing with you, Adrian, and
Oh, you as well. I will say that this has
really,
probably been one of the most tense sessions I think I have had because like you just never know
I did
how
not
that's gonna
expect
turn out.
that.
It was 100% enjoyable. I loved it.
oh
So
my
Yeah, I am
God,
very
God.
glad you all
Yeah.
had fun. I loved it. I had so much fun. I am glad my camera was off because I didn't want to get. I turned it off because I didn't want to give away things when I was having Ume talk to you, and I really am glad I didn't give things away when Ian went and went and
Yeah.
attacked her because
Oh,
my face would have just given everything away. But I loved it. It was so brilliant. It was
I
so
had
much fun
no idea that
watching
was
how that
coming.
Yeah,
And
it's
played
so
out because I was not expecting it. You completely took me off guard, threw it out of left field, and I love that.
yeah,
It
it's
was
Wow.
very
fun.
seldom that I'm surprised
Oh.
by what a player or DM does. And
Yeah,
can't at least get some kind of feeling that it's gonna happen. And this was just totally out of nowhere.
yeah. Well, listen, guys,
That's
I'll see you
super.
later. Super. Jill, thanks again. Thanks, guys. I'll
Thank
see you
you,
later.
everyone.
Thank you for
This
playing. It was a lot of
it's
fun.
been a pleasure.
Yes,
Everyone have a great
we're
evening,
all
day, wherever you
gonna
are.
have to play together again. That was just wow.